are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you. Happy hump day. How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton, on this Wednesday? Thanks so much for being with us. The Florida Sports Network. Just a 4-day week for us, so I feel as if we're already over the hump.
We are over the hump.
We are.
We're at the home stretch.
Well, we're not quite there yet, but we're actually going to take a 4-day weekend with the Easter holiday. So heading down the home stretch for us here on Miller and Moulton. NBA playoffs got underway. I took our own advice last night, which I often don't do. I mean, I got to be honest.
More of a giver?
Right. And oftentimes not trusting us.
Makes a lot of sense.
Well, what happens is we're done at 10 a.m. And then, by the time what it is that we're talking about, that doesn't start for another 8, 9, 10 hours. And in between then, that little voice talks to me and goes, "You sure you guys know what you're talking about? I mean, you are a couple of yahoos after all. I mean, you sure you got this right?" And so oftentimes I walk up to the betting window and then I go, But we sold it. We said, hey, you know what? This NBA playoffs deal, I know this may not normally be for you. Give it a fair shake this year. It looks really good on paper.
And in the first playoff play-in game with a 12.5-point spread, you jumped right into Brooklyn and
Cleveland
there.
Yeah, I did. And for the most part, Brooklyn had him Heisman. They had him, stiff-armed, arm bar, the whole way. Cavs made a nice fourth quarter run.
They did. But the 40-point first quarter by the Nets proved to be too much for Cleveland.
40-20 is tough to come back from.
It is. They were able to cover.
They were. And the game went under. Both games went under. Little defense played last night in comparison to the regular season. This is something to keep in mind at least early. I think the over-unders have to adjust to this. There are fewer possessions in the playoff games than there are in the regular season games. So in theory, unless the shooting is really good, it should be just a little bit under early on in the playoffs, I think, till the over-unders adjust.
So that means if you were you all in? Did you make the late game?
I watched a decent. I didn't make it to the finish, but I took it into the second. Yeah. Yes. Took it in the second half. I was intrigued because Karl Anthony Towns, and I've got a soft spot for him. He's from Jersey. Also, I mean, he lost one of his parents during the whole COVID thing. His family got ransacked by COVID. So I've got a soft spot for him. And I think it's because of my time in the upper Midwest. I also have a little soft spot for the T-Wolves.
Yeah, he's checking off a lot of boxes here.
Yes.
There's a Jersey box. There's a T-Wolves box. So, I see what you're saying.
COVID box.
And there's a story there.
Right. And he's a good young player, and they're a bad franchise. And even though it's one little play-in game and it's a pimple on the back of the sports life, it's actually a big deal for the T-Wolves. They needed to win last night. I mean, this franchise has won made the playoffs once in the last 12, 15 years, something like that?
I think it's just the second since 2004.
Yeah, I mean, they really needed to win last night. They were going to have a packed house. How many times did the T-Wolves get the TNT treatment? Decent start time at 9:30 Eastern. And it's like, listen, they need to win. They actually have a good 3 core. They really do. Towns and Edwards and Russell. I mean, they're pretty good. They're pretty entertaining. And so I'm like, come on, guys. Can you win? Can you win? Can you be relevant for an hour and a half? And Towns was as bad as an all-star player can be in the first half. 0 for 7, 4 fouls. 4. 0 for 7 from the field. This is an all-star player. No ifs, no ands, no buts. One of the 25 best players in the league. Easily.
And obviously a coach that's not paying attention because the one thing you're not supposed to get is your 4th foul in the first half.
So couldn't get him off the floor. Yep.
Well, it's really easy. He gets the third foul and you pull him.
I
That's
understand.
how it works.
I just, sometimes you're yelling at somebody, you're paying attention. Just wait, what? He's got 4. Hey, assistants, what the hell are you guys doing if not keeping track of fouls? So, 0 for 7, 4 fouls, which made for a very entertaining halftime with Chuck and Shaq. And so I was in. And then now I got to see now it's the car wreck. Now it's slowing down on the highway, and I got to see whether or not they, so I didn't make it to the finish because when I fell asleep, the Clips were up 6 going to the 4th. But T-Wolves come back and won. I mean, Towns, I don't think he reached double figures. He only made 3 shots. I think he only grabbed 5 rebounds. I mean, he was terrible. And they won anyway. So, I was all in last night. I really was. I gave the NBA a lot.
When's the last time you had an NBA night?
I mean, I watched 5 consecutive hours of the NBA until I fell asleep.
No, when's the last time you had an NBA night? You didn't do a regular season night like this, did you?
This year?
Yeah.
Oh, hell no. No.
Last postseason?
No, it might regular season, or borderline playoffs or 5 consecutive hours.
Right.
Didn't change the channel. Ooh, boy. Pre-pandemic, in all honesty. I mean, 5 consecutive hours.
Do you feel like you got your money's worth?
Right there. I don't feel as if, I'm going to, because I built it up pretty high. I didn't watch Rangers Hurricanes last night for first place in the division. That's how much I committed to the NBA. And my fandom. I mean, Rangers or Mets they're like 1 and 1A for me.
Right.
And the Rangers were playing for first place last night. And I didn't watch a second of it.
And you decided to go T-Wolves.
First Cavs Nets.
And Clips.
I'm a Knicks fan. I went Cavs Nets.
See, I'll give you Cavs Nets because in the first half, Kyrie doesn't miss a shot.
He's pretty good.
I mean, he was incredible. That was enough to get me to the second half. He played so well in the first half. I watched the second half of that game because of how well Kyrie was playing. And Durant was only a half step behind. I mean, they had it going on last night.
Right.
They missed 1 shot in the first half between the 2 of them.
But I'm watching them trying to think of, all right, how are they comparing now against the rest of the East? Because I'm thinking, well, Cleveland, once it's 40-20, I'm like, Cleveland's got no shot. And the next thing you know, I look up 9 minutes to go, it's a 5-point game.
Do you think right now Felipe wonders if he's in the right studio?
Right. Yes. He's like, hold on a second.
I'm speechless.
We did poll questions in which the NBA sucks. All right. These guys all the time tell me, keep my NBA fandom in check. Realize the show you're a part of. For one night. I mean, come on. It was the 5th, 6th day of the Major League Baseball regular season.
Right. I was watching Rays A's.
Rays blew a lead and then come back, salvage the day. Both Tampa Bay teams needed overtime yesterday. 1-1, 1 lost. But I put my hockey fandom to the side for a night. Don't know if I can do it again. Got to be honest. Don't know if I can do it again.
Well, I don't know if the 9-10 games have the same sort of feel.
No, because the losers out, so you don't have to worry about them. And then the winners got to go on the road and play the losers last night.
Right.
So, I'm back on Friday. I can suck it back up. I can, so I can give baseball and hockey my undivided attention for the next couple of days. But for one night, I went all in, baby.
Well, congratulations.
I did. All that was missing was Marv Albert, John Tesh's theme music, and the NBA on NBC. I'm like, where's Jordan? Where's Pippen? Where's Stockton and Malone? I mean, that's how all in I was last night.
It's been that long, David.
It feels that way from time to time. For a lot of Felipe, for a lot of us.
Yes. For Sundays, Felipe, used to be noon to 7, an NBA triple header on NBC.
And they
noon
had
to
no
7.
problem getting 3 games in.
And that's the other thing. No problem at all. In fact, sometimes they had to stretch out a pregame show because the first game got over too quickly. They did these games at about 2:15, 2:20. Bada bing, bada boom.
On NBC.
Yeah. Triple header Sundays. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. I don't want to say it's been that long since I've watched 5 consecutive hours because it hasn't, but I did. I gave it the full-fledged treatment last night. I was trying to back up our words.
Well, that's good. I watched the first game.
Here you go.
That was all I had in me. I wasn't all that interested in Clips T-Wolves.
I know, and that's fine. That's fine.
Outside of Minnesota, I'm not sure if anybody was all that interested
Well, I know.
in Clips
It's
T-Wolves.
Got to admit, that Minnesota-Memphis first-round series, let me tell you, that's going to capture the nation, even though there's some really good players in it. I don't know that the nation's going to pay much attention. You know, when they assign networks to games and what have you? If this was the NCAA tournament, that'd be the True TV.
You got that right.
So, and you know what? I'm glad I did it. I woke up, I mean, I'm sleep deprived, but I feel this is the best I felt all week.
Really?
Yeah. Energy wise, also physically, for whatever reason, I feel good.
Were you doing some layup drills in between, like at halftime and stuff? Is there,
No.
Outrunning some sprints?
And I wasn't even like Felipe, who all of a sudden during the commercial breaks, it's a good thing there's not a camera on him sometimes, because he'll just get up and all of a sudden he'll start shooting imaginary jumpers. He starts working on his fake dribble game. All right. And it's like, what is going on out there?
Well, that's because he has to stay awake.
Well, he showered this morning.
He looks like $1 million.
Yes.
And he also looks 12. But that's
right. Well, because he wet his hair,
Yep.
and so he combed it all straight as opposed to big and bushy and what have you. So, yes, he almost looks like he's going on a job interview.
Well, I comb it straight and then I let it poof. You know, you got to let it poof.
Yes.
I have no idea what that is.
I do. My hair used to poof. Used to fro up. Used to let it poof.
Jealous of both of you. Love some poof. I get a piff.
Hey, at least you still have hair that can piff, all right?
It's true.
We're both in our 50s, and we've got hair that can piff and poof. That's a win. That's a win.
You know, when you put it that way, David, it's a dadgum good point.
Miller and Moulton.
We do have a pretty good show lined up for you today. We will go to our nation's capital, talk a little Commanders with Sam Fortier, Matt Moscona from ESPN Radio New Orleans and Baton Rouge. We'll talk all things Saints. And our buddy Seth Everett joins us as he always does on a Wednesday. It's Miller and Moulton. We thank you so much for listening right here on the Florida Sports Network. Hey, it's Mark Miller for the Training Grove by Orange Whip Golf, where golfers go to get better. Improve your golf game from home with Orange Whip Golf and Fitness online swing training program, The Training Grove. With a growing swing training video library and a daily program prescribed by golf fitness professionals, The Grove provides a clear path to unlock your most powerful swing, giving you control of your game like never before. Join thousands like me who have finally found a way to achieve results in half the time of traditional game improvement methods with The Grove's revolutionary blend of golf fitness, instruction, and award-winning Orange Whip products. Go to orangewhipgolf.com to get started for a free 14-day risk-free trial and use code Miller10 to get $20 off your first month. That's orangewhipgolf.com to get started for a free 14-day risk-free trial. Remember to use code Miller10. That will get you $20 off your first month. The Training Grove by Orange Whip Golf, where golfers go to get better.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the chicken bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today. You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
I gotta admit, it's not the worst thing in the world.
No.
I mean, you can leave here right away. You can be home by 1. He can still go to his heat game and come back. I mean, his parents aren't even going to be
Right,
there.
exactly. That's what I said. You see, was one of the Brown for the Nets talked about with so and so being out for Boston, we'll be able to do this and that. Durant gets in there and goes, "What did he say?" I said, "Damn caffeine talking," or something like that.
Warren, I understand that most people are not into the NBA, and we're not into the NBA full time. But I mean, Philly, Toronto is going to be a terrific series. Boston, the Nets could be one of the best first round series since they've gone best of 7. If Atlanta can emerge out of this little 8-9 play-in situation, Trae Young and the Hawks as a flyer against the Heat, Milwaukee's going to destroy Chicago. That Chicago might take a game.
I feel kind of bad for Chicago. They're going to get swept.
I don't feel badly for the Bulls.
They lost Lonzo for the rest of the season.
I mean, out
Caruso
west,
for like 25.
Memphis, Minnesota actually should be very interesting. 2 teams that like to play with pace. Golden State, Denver is going to be a hell of a series. And I mean, if Dallas doesn't have Luka, I mean, damn.
Still no timetable.
Full question.
You're right. By the way, there's a story in the Telegraph about Bubba Watson, Kevin Na, Lee Westwood, and Ian Poulter are going to join the Saudi Golf League. And Norman was quoted in it. And Norman said, "Well, I had a guy sitting in front of me, yesterday who's won 2 majors. So this thing's not going away, folks. This is happening. So do we want to wait and then ask the question, should golfers who join the Saudi Golf League be banned from the PGA Tour? Does that question interest you at all?
Yeah, it does.
Do you want to go back to an Easter question?
No. Will he rise on Friday?
That, Now you got to admit that is the a-hole moment of the day.
Oh, yeah, not to anybody in particular. It's just God.
Is it A, yes, B, no, C, he has risen indeed? I mean, man. Oh, man. That's, once again, if the lightning bolt comes through and nicks me, I'm going to be really pissed.
Oh, really? Nicks you.
Just for that comment. Not that I don't deserve it, but I don't deserve that. One's on you. You're taking me down with you on that one.
By the way, the Guardians can't score more runs right now.
Yeah, I know.
Just
right.
So you know, I watched their game yesterday.
What's that, 3 in a row, double figures?
Look who's on the mound. Look who's on the mound. Look. Threw it to Taylor, too. They Burrow and Zach Taylor out for the first pitch. They still lose.
And they've scored, what, 17, 10, and 10 in the last 3 games? Steve in Florida, 6:20 a.m. exclamation point. Yep. That could be for the year.
Certainly for the month.
That one could be for the year. Although the question does need to be asked, does it count if it happens during the commercial break?
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, the Florida Sports Network. Good show lined up for you. We'll head to our nation's capital, talk about the seemingly more trouble that Daniel Snyder is in. Seth Everett will join us in a couple of hours for his weekly visit. And we're trying to, talk to at least one person who's in all 8 NFL cities that have 2 first-round draft picks. And so this morning we will head to Nolens because the Saints have 16 and 19. And so we'll try to get a read on what the heck it is that they're up to. And also Brian Kelly's bringing in a lot of good recruits, a lot of good players in the portal also. He may restock this thing in very quick time. So we might get an LSU update also when we bring in Matt Moscona in our 8 o'clock hour. Did you see the story about the Saudi Golf League?
I missed that one.
It was in the Telegraph.
Okay.
So there's reason for you to miss it. It wasn't in the Post. But it says flatly, and it's going to be announced here soon, that Bubba Watson, Kevin Na, Lee Westwood, and Ian Poulter have signed up for what is officially known as the LIV Golf Invitational Series. And Gary Player, oh, by the way, for the, honorary starters, had a Saudi golf sweater on. Not a lot of people caught that. But Player wore basically the emblem for this Saudi golf tour.
All right.
That was his attire.
So Westwood, Poulter, Watson, and Kevin Na.
Right. And Kevin Na seems to be on the, downswing. He had even though he's a young guy.
Well, he's the youngest, isn't he?
Yes.
Of the group?
By far. Right. But his best days were a couple years ago, and no guarantee with as deep and as talented as the tour is that you can make your way back. I mean, like right now, if you had to bet $20 on Ricky Fowler's future, which way would you bet?
I wouldn't bet on it, if you know what I mean.
Right. And he's early 30s.
Right.
I mean, certainly could have a second and third act, for goodness knows, but maybe he's already peaked. What was it, 2014 when he was like 25 and he finished top 5 in all 4 majors? Still only 4, I believe it is, career wins.
Kevin Na's 38.
Oh, wow.
I did not think he was that old.
I didn't either. But Poulter and Westwood are in their mid-40s. And I'm guessing that Bubba is right around Kevin Na's age. Maybe a touch older, maybe.
He's 43.
Okay. That's a touch. So there you go. Those are the 4 names that were in the Telegraph story.
And these guys are like all mid-am age.
Yes, but both, 3 of the 4 anyway have some relevance to them.
No, you're right. You know who could have used a tour like this when you think about it was NASCARs. They were kicking out all those middle-aged drivers.
Yes. And by middle age, we mean like 43.
That's middle-aged.
Well, that's not how we define it.
I understand. What's 43 times 2?
I know. You know that. I know that. But
I digress. But when all these guys were getting pushed to the side, they needed a senior junior circuit or whatever you want to call it. Middle-aged apparently is off kilter there.
They needed a Saudi golf league. And Norman's quoted in the story. I mean, he should be. He's running the damn thing. And Norman said, hey, I know everybody says this series is dead and buried. Trust me, it's not. We're playing 8 events this year. We're starting in 2 months. We're going to play a couple courses in the States. This thing is happening. And once we start playing, and he said, and I hope the first tournament, the 300th ranked golfer in the world wins it and wins $4 million and changes his and his family's life. He goes, and you wait to see how many players start playing in this when you realize that they can win more money playing one of our events than they can if they win the tour championship. You know, in everyday society, money does talk much of the time.
In fact, David, it's one of the pillars of this show. I mean, you and I have been doing this together a long time. We've always followed the money because it makes the most sense.
Right.
And in a sport full of selfish individuals, and I don't even mean that to be, it's not even meant as a shot, but when you play an individual sport, you better be a little selfish. Better be a little greedy. I think he's on to something if the money starts flowing in those ways, David. I really do.
Now, a few folks in our Twitch chat room, and by the way, if you don't know about us, twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton. We have our own channel, and the show is televised every morning, and you can follow us, you can subscribe to us, and or you could just watch. But if you do, comment in our Twitch chat room. Let us know what you think, and also your thoughts on our subjects at hand. And a few of our viewers/listeners are wondering about, hey, if you join the Saudi Golf League, I know that kicks you off the PGA Tour. Does that also mean when you turn 50, you're not eligible for the Champions? And while we don't know for sure, I think we would both bet the answer is yes, because doesn't the PGA Tour own and run the Champions Tour?
Yes.
So if you're can't imagine they'd kick you off the regular tour, but then when you turn 50, they'd go, hey, welcome back.
I can't imagine it, although they would need some of these guys. The lifeblood of the Champions Tour is the players turning 50 to try to get some names out there that people recognize from the PGA Tour. But no, in theory, that would mean they'd be out of both. And when you're talking about a bunch of guys that are in their 40s, they're not too far from the Champions Tour.
So I found it interesting. I mean, of the four guys, three of them are names, even though Westwood and Poulter never won majors. But they both have been Ryder Cup standouts, so they're well-known in the States. They're both popular, actually. You know, in our neck of the woods, they both have competed in what is now the QBE Shootout, Greg Norman's tournament. They've both been in it many times.
Well, I think you can look to the QBE Shootout as a direct link of what players are going to be joining this tour. Based on those that have a really good relationship with Mr. Norman.
So the PGA Tour is on record. Hey, you join it, you're dead to us. You're done immediately. You cannot participate in our events. Don't care what your status is. Don't care that you have your tour card. Basically, if you try to enter a tournament, we will rip up your card and deny you entrance into the parking lot.
One little sidebar to this whole thing, you mentioned the QBE Shootout, which is technically a part of the PGA Tour. It's not a points event.
No.
But when you go to PGAtour.com and look at their schedule,
Right.
It's listed on the schedule.
Now, I'll be curious if it remains.
That's what I was getting to, David. That's in December. It's usually the week after championship weekend.
Correct. It's Army-Navy week is when it happens.
Will that event be a part of the PGA Tour in 2022?
And you wonder just how bent out of shape the tour is going to get. Also, will they put pressure on NBC and the Golf Channel to no longer televise it?
Or does he just get rid of the event altogether, and that's one of his LIV events?
Ooh. That's interesting.
He's already got the course. He's already got the relationship.
How nasty is this going to get?
This would make it nastier.
Yes, it would. I'm interested.
Because if I were to bet, I'd bet on the Shark or the QB Shootout being an LIV event.
Well, I don't think it'll go away. It's already a cash grab. Why not make it a cash grab, if you know what I mean? So just a story out there that since it was, reported overseas, I'm guessing that many people had missed. Miller and Moulton. The starting five is next. Thanks for waking up with us on the Florida Sports Network.
Hey, it's Mark Miller for the Training Grove by Orange Whip Golf, where golfers go to get better.
Improve your golf game from home with Orange Whip Golf and Fitness online swing training program, The Training Grove. With a growing swing training video library and a daily program prescribed by golf fitness professionals, The Grove provides a clear path to unlock your most powerful swing, giving you control of your game like never before. Join thousands like me who have finally found a way to achieve results in half the time of traditional game improvement methods with The Grove's revolutionary blend of golf fitness, instruction, and award-winning Orange Whip products. Go to orangewhipgolf.com to get started for a free 14-day risk-free trial and use code Miller10 to get $20 off your first month. That's orangewhipgolf.com to get started for a free 14-day risk-free trial. Remember to use code Miller10. That will get you $20 off your first month. The Training Grove by Orange Whip Golf, where golfers go to get better.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the chicken bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today. You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
My buddy's niece, she lives in the city. And like this, two nieces are just killing it. The one's 22, making like
Oh,
the
that's
other
awesome.
The other one's 25, making a lot more.
That's great.
But I just said, 'cause I go, where do you live? And she's like, Tribeca. And it was funny, and she's just beautiful. She's the same age as Jake. Boy, Jake, you could introduce you. But she's like, I just want to be one of those, moms with the name brand strollers. It's just got nothing to do but go sit on a bench at 10 o'clock. And so we were just laughing. She's, that's what I aspire to. And she's dating a doc guy in medical school, so she may get there. But I just said, I'm just curious. I go, you don't go near the subway, do you? She goes, hell no. And she goes, you just know that you just plan on a little more for Uber when you're going out. But she has to be to work. She didn't go out. I mean, she has to be to work they expect her to be to work at 7.
Mm-hmm.
And she doesn't get out much before 8 or 9.
Mm-hmm.
And she said if they stay past 10, the company will pay for your Uber for you.
So if you put in a 15-hour day.
She did put in one stretch. Her dad was telling me that she put in a stretch where she went on Monday and got out on Wednesday, where they let her go home basically to get a couple hours of sleep, take a shower, and get back to work.
Right. We might do the 2 segments in the 7 o'clock hour on this Red Sky. Because if we didn't have 3 guests lined up, I think we could do the show.
No, but I mean, now it's the only reason I wanted to get through.
Right.
Now we got this.
Yeah.
We got Reds.
Yeah, it's
Guests.
9 o'clock.
It's done.
Right.
It's fuckers over. We just need a poll question.
We do.
Oh, yeah. How do you want this? Say it again.
Well, I don't know if it's interesting enough.
Well, it's
right.
not. I mean, it's not
Okay.
Easter candy.
Well,
No, but I think it's a good question. I mean,
well,
didn't we want up to me?
Didn't we want to do one other Easter poll question and then
We can do that tomorrow. The other Easter poll question. Leave it up.
you don't want to do the USFL poll question, do you? Like, do you have any interest? You going to watch?
How much USFL are you going to watch this weekend?
A lot, very little. The USFL's back.
Right.
We losing you over there, or are you on your phone? Okay. Sometimes we can't tell if you're falling asleep or you're on your phone. You got your head down and you're looking. Got it. because your head's down, and then because you're looking down, we see your eyelids down.
What USFL you plan on watching this weekend? A lot, a little. Wait, the USFL is back.
Yeah. Did you see? There were like 3 games last night in which position players were pitching. 6th day of the season.
D. Gordon was one of them.
Yeah. Did you see he hit Darno?
Yeah,
and Darno faked and fell backward to the ground. That was cool. The pitch was officially 55 miles an hour. Here it is. Boom.
I wouldn't even give him the base. You got to get out of the way of that. Not joking. I wouldn't even give him the base. I would not give him the base.
I'll tell you what. Here's something we could talk about. Why can't you, if you're the Nats, after the top of the 8th, just say we're done? Concede. I mean, the score's like 14-4. You're about to put in a second baseman as your pitcher or whatever. I mean, would you be in favor of giving a team an option of saying, you know what, game's over? Almost like a 10-run rule. We invoke the 10-run rule on ourselves. Is that what the tickets are? $10?
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes before the hour. Miller and Moulton, the Florida Sports Network. Thanks so much for being with us. We'll head to D.C. 1 hour from now. Daniel Snyder's apparently broken the law many times. That's what the House Oversight Committee has said to the Federal Trade Commission. See the one quote from a congressman? You read these documents, you think you're reading something out of The Godfather, not an NFL team?
Settle down.
Just telling you what he said. That's all. Come on, we like a good quote, don't we?
Well, I just think somebody in Congress better be careful with quotes like that before we find out what they do.
Well, that's darn right.
Okay.
Don't want to start investigating Congress.
Right.
Man, imagine what we'll find. It is time now for
The Starting Five. 5 stories you need to know. It's the Starting 5 on Miller and Moulton. Here's number 1.
Well, we mentioned it last segment. The Telegraph across the pond reporting Bubba Watson, Kevin Na, Lee Westwood, Ian Poulter will be among the golfers that have signed up for the LIV Golf Invitational Series, otherwise known as the Saudi Base Tour. 8 events beginning in 2 months will be the first event. First tournament, I think, is for $10 million, $4 million to the winner. Be interesting to see who joins. PGA Tour has said no ifs, no ands, no buts. You join, you're done with us.
There will be lawyers, David. As
Yes.
Andrew Brent famously says, there will be lawyers.
It's their tour, though, right? It's their tour. Now, I know they have a commissioner. In theory, the players make the bylaws, but if the players back up what the commissioner, Monahan, is saying, I mean, isn't that like running a country club?
It is. I just find it fascinating that they're going to pick this fight and say you're done.
Done. You're dead to us. But obviously there will be lawyers, but in theory, to me, it seems like they can get away with this.
Yeah, the only thing is like you qualify for the tour. You've earned your rights to play on the tour. Then they take those rights away from you.
But they have the
You know,
right to do
if
it.
you've won a Players and you have a 10-year exemption, and they're going to take that away from you.
Right. No, you can argue both ways. But my gut tells me they'll be able to get away with this. It's their tour. They get to make their own rules. It's kind of like joining a country club. They're joining a HOA. I mean, you know, only Warner Wolf's been able to successfully fight an HOA that we know of. NFL news, the Washington Commanders, well, they might have broken the law, Mark. Apparently, the Federal Trade Commission was given a 20-page letter. Man, could you imagine writing a 20-page letter?
No.
I mean, how many book reports did you have that were 20 pages? I mean, Felipe, you're in college still. How many 20-page reports in your 4 years of college have you handed in?
Like 3.
20-page letter from the House Oversight and Reform Committee, many allegations, including withholding $5 million in deposits from 2,000 season ticket holders. But once again, that's sticking it to your fan base. That ain't sticking it to the owners.
Right.
And as we reported last week, you know, let's just say he withheld $5 million from the owners. Well, only 40% of it was supposed to go to the owners. That's $2 million. You divide it by 31. It's not a lot of money. Not to these guys. So we'll see if anything comes of this. It's clear that the NFL has taken a step back and they're letting Congress do whatever it is they're going to do. And then we'll see if they come in and pick up the pieces, what direction they go. I'm going to ask you again. Do you think that you got Ross and you got Snyder? And do you think that one is tied to the other?
I don't.
I do.
Why?
Because I think if they're going to try to get rid of one, it's much easier to then try to get rid of the second one as well. But if they decide, whichever one reaches the tipping point first, if they decide they're not going to try to kick out that owner, like let's just say the allegations against Ross are true.
Then they're going to kick him out of the league.
Well, but then I think once they're trying to kick him out, they'll say, well, let's do Snyder as well.
The reason I don't think they're tied together is that unless they find that they're there with Ross, they're not going to do anything. With Snyder, I think they're in the process.
Seahawks pick up the 5th-year option on tight end Noah Fant. Remember, they didn't draft him, but they acquired him in the Russell Wilson trade. He'll make a little under $7 million. Dean Blandino, hired by the XFL as Vice President of Officiating and Rules Innovation. A lot of connections between the NFL and the XFL.
Yeah.
League hasn't even started yet.
One league plays.
NBA play-ins last night. Brooklyn jumped out to a 20-point first-quarter lead. Cavs got to within 5 late in the fourth. Nets held on 115-108. That means Brooklyn faces Boston in a 2-7 first-round series. Cleveland will host the winner of tonight's Charlotte-Atlanta game to decide who's the 8th and final team in the Eastern Conference playoffs. Darius Garland, Kyrie Irving, both at 34. By the way, if you took the Cavs and the points, you were a winner. And if you bet the under, you were a winner. T-Wolves a winner at home, 109-104. They rallied from 6 down after 3 quarters. T-Wolves covered because they were -3, and the under worked again, and the under covered easily. Minnesota will face Memphis in a battle of young, entertaining teams in a 2-7 Western Conference matchup. Clippers will host the winner of tonight's Spurs-Pelicans game to be the 8th seed and face Phoenix. Before we get to baseball, did you see what the president of the Reds said?
I most certainly did. Which time?
Well,
on radio or on TV?
Well, I particularly enjoyed the television interview.
That was the double down.
Right. Harmless question that you had to see coming. It was the Reds home opener, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, big celebration, Cincinnati, oldest franchise. And the reporter just said, hey, there's fans are disgruntled. You traded away some good, popular players. And, you're saying, hey, trust us. So what do you say to the fan that is losing trust? And Phil Castellini is the president of the Reds. He basically,
And soon to be radio host. You'll catch him next week on David Sampson's Nothing Personal podcast.
Phil Castellini basically said, they live in Cincinnati. Who the hell else are they going to root for? And for that matter, all right, you're criticizing us for not spending money. Listen, if we really wanted to compete with the big boys, okay, we'd move this team to somewhere where we can spend more money.
He issued an apology after the game.
Remember, he's president of the Reds. What is it that we look for, Mark?
6 seconds of truth, and he gave us, well, about 30.
Rays blew a 7-2 lead, but then rallied to win in the 10th with 2 in the bottom of the 10th. They walk off the A's 9-8. Meanwhile, the Marlins got walked off in Anaheim. Angels 4-3 winners. Cubs are off to a good start. They beat the Pirates 2-1. Boston 5-3 over Detroit. The Reds then proceeded to lose, Mark, after Phil Castellini's comments. Hey, listen, take it to the bank. What did we tell you about the Cleveland Guardians?
They're not, well, I heard someone say they're not going to score a lot of runs.
And in the first 2 games this year, they scored 1 total run.
Right. Since then, they've scored about 30.
37, actually. 17, 10, and 10 in their last 3 games. They beat the Reds 10-5. Yankees shut out the Jays 4-0. Milwaukee 5-4 over Baltimore. The Braves bombed the Nats 16-4. Let me ask you this. The Nats ended up putting in a position player in the 8th inning, and he gave up 3 runs. So, the score's like 13-3. Would you be in favor of, I mean, they have it in college. They have a 10-run rule. Yep, game's over. Softball, I think you got to get through 5 of the 7 innings, and then if it's a 10-run thing, that's it. The game's over. I think they have it in baseball also. Maybe they don't. Would you be in favor, or do you still want to see teams throw position players out there in the bottom of the 8th or top of the 9th?
I'm a big fan of position player having to throw pitches. Don't ask me why, David. I love it.
Well, there were 3 games like that last night in Major League Baseball. Braves over the Nats 16-4. Cardinals edged the Royals 6-5. Dodgers with 6 in the 8th beat the Twins 7-2. Colorado's off to a good start. They beat Texas 4-1. Houston edged Arizona 2-1. White Sox 3-2 over Seattle in their home opener. And some history in San Francisco. The Giants whooped up on the Padres 13-2. That wasn't the history. The history was the Giants' first base coach got ejected before the top of the 4th inning. Or the bottom of the 4th, actually. And so the Giants needed a new first base coach. And Gabe Kapler, the manager, looked over at one of their assistant coaches, Alyssa Knockin, and said, hey, go coach first. Well, that's the first time that a woman's ever appeared on a Major League Baseball field as a coach or a player. So Alyssa Knockin with a little Major League Baseball history last night. One other score, Mets shut out the Phillies 2-0. NHL, Lightning lost to Dallas 1-0. Stars really needed the points. Tampa Bay is only 1 point up on Boston for 3rd in the division. Gave up a goal with 4:50 to go in the 3rd to lose 1-0. Vasilevsky with 28 saves in the loss. Panthers, Mark, a winner in overtime. That's 8 straight wins for Florida. 3-2 the final. Jonathan Huberdeau with the game winner in overtime. He had 2 goals. Carolina doubled up the Rangers 4-2 to extend their lead in the division to 4 points with 8 to play. Islanders with a shootout win over the Penguins, and the Penguins now in danger of falling back to the wild card. They're 3 points up on the Capitals, but Washington's got 2 games in hand for 3rd place in the division. And Washington beat the Flyers last night 9-2. Blues doubled up the Bruins 4-2. Toronto lost to Buffalo 5-2. Although the Leafs are comfortably in 2nd in the division. Minnesota beat Edmonton 5-1. Kings over the Blackhawks 5-2. Nashville 1-0 in overtime over San Jose. And Las Vegas lost in overtime to Vancouver. Knights need the points, and they let one get away, 5-4. Jersey, Calgary, and Ottawa, your other winners. And finally, U.S. women's national team extended their winning streak on American soil to 67 matches. They beat Uzbekistan 9-0. Trinity Rodman, Dennis's daughter, with her first goal in the red, white, and blue. She is regarded as the best young player that we have, part of the next generation. And that, gentlemen, was...
That was the Starting Five every weekday morning at this time on Miller and Moulton.
Uzbekistan, huh?
Yeah.
Tough one.
No, but it's on the schedule. You know, got to play it every now and then. Hey, the major college basketball programs throw in a non-D1 occasionally just to, get everybody in the game, just to stay sharp. Don't want to have too big a lull in between games. So 9-0 over Uzbekistan. Take wins any way you can get them, Mark. Scheduling, it's key in every sport.
Poll questions, they're key in our sport of Miller and Moulton. It's particularly to Moulton. And we've got one for you because we were going to go the Saudi Golf League and said, nah, let's go football. How much USFL are you planning on watching this weekend?
There you go.
That's right. 3 choices. A lot, a little, or wait. The USFL is back? Right now, wait. The USFL is back in an early lead, getting 2/3 of the votes.
I should probably retweet that, shouldn't I?
You and I both.
That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, FL Sports Network on Twitter, floridasportsnetwork.com on our website. Coming up, we'll head to our nation's capital. Daniel Snyder's problems. Did they really get worse yesterday, or is it all noise? Matt Moscona 1 hour from now, live from New Orleans. Saints with 2 first-round picks. LSU and Brian Kelly making his mark. And Seth Everett joins us in about an hour and a half. So a pretty lively next couple hours, if we do say so ourselves.
Well, there you go. Vote on the poll question. We'll come back on the other side with a little baseball talk. Miller and Moulton, thank you so much for listening right here on the Florida Sports Network.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the Chicken Bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
Hey, it's Mark Miller for the Training Grove by Orange Whip Golf, where golfers go to get better. Improve your golf game from home with Orange Whip Golf and Fitness online swing training program, The Training Grove. With a growing swing training video library and a daily program prescribed by golf fitness professionals, The Grove provides a clear path to unlock your most powerful swing, giving you control of your game like never before. Join thousands like me who have finally found a way to achieve results in half the time of traditional game improvement methods with The Grove's revolutionary blend of golf fitness, instruction, and award-winning Orange Whip products. Go to orangewhipgolf.com to get started for a free 14-day risk-free trial. And use code Miller10 to get $20 off your first month. That's orangewhipgolf.com to get started for a free 14-day risk-free trial. Remember to use code Miller10. That will get you $20 off your first month. The Training Grove by Orange Whip Golf, where golfers go to get better.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa Filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Hey, it's Mark Miller for the Training Grove by Orange Whip Golf, where golfers go to get better. Improve your golf game from home with Orange Whip Golf and Fitness online swing training program,
The Training Grove. With a growing swing training video library and a daily program prescribed by golf fitness professionals, the Grove provides a clear path to unlock your most powerful swing, giving you control of your game like never before. Join thousands like me who have finally found a way to achieve results in half the time of traditional game improvement methods with the Grove's revolutionary blend of golf fitness, instruction, and award-winning Orange Whip products. Go to orangewhipgolf.com to get started for a free 14-day risk-free trial and use code Miller10 to get $20 off your first month. That's orangewhipgolf.com to get started for a free 14-day risk-free trial. Remember to use code Miller10. That will get you $20 off your first month. The Training Grove by Orange Whip Golf, where golfers go to get better. You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Hey.
So I made the mistake of wearing these shoes to bars in Tallahassee. And, I have a bunch of stains on them. They're made out of this fuzzy, was it suede material?
Yeah, they're toast.
How do you clean suede?
You don't.
You don't? It's gotta be the way.
All right. I'm gonna look it up.
You guys both
I'm gonna.
The only thing I would say is one of those magic erasers.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
How do you clean suede? SUEDE.
And the boner.
Maybe you gotta soak them.
No, you don't get suede wet.
Okay, there are effective suede brush and eraser. There's stuff online. Cobbler's Choice. Here, suede and nubuck cleaning kit.
Mm-hmm.
Walmart, $4.
Okay.
But this looks like the really top of the line stuff here.
I have to look into that.
But here, so on hdtv.com, how to clean suede. Okay, there's another video right there. So
What is going on in my world right now?
exactly. But I have to admit, my first reaction was what Mark said. When we were growing up and you had suede and you did something to it, it was like, oh, well,
Well, they're screwed.
might as well just wear them till they fall off now.
Did you see the tweet someone sent us of the guy leaping over the fence, catching the ball? It was
No.
someone sent us tweet, and the guy jumps, whole body goes over the fence. I mean, the guy clears the fence, catches it. By the time he lands, he's 6 feet over the fence. Out.
Ridiculous.
It's over the weekend. I thought it was pretty funny that someone sent it to us.
Guy on WLW in Cincinnati. My wife's having her knee scoped today, so Mo Egger will be filling in for me today, and you'll listen because where else are you gonna go? Yeah, and Klecko, I think LSU's got Bama this year at home. Hey, Felipe, your game Sunday's at 1.
Yep.
I just had to text my Reds buddy. Who else you got to root for? It's 7. He's a golf pro. He's up.
Here we go.
listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you. How the heck are you? Hump Day edition of Miller and Moulton here on the Florida Sports Network. Thanks so much for being with us. Our poll question, USFL is back, baby.
You got that right. Let's go. Woo!
Saturday, first games in what, 26 years? 36 years. So we ask you, how much USFL 2.0 are you going to watch? A lot, a little, or wait a minute. The USFL is back?
By the way, yesterday's poll question, David, was the best traditional Easter candy, jelly beans, with a close victory over the hollow chocolate bunny. Cadbury egg coming in third, and people actually voted for Peeps.
My mother was one of them. Might be the first poll question she's voted in. She loves her yellow Peeps. And then chastised me all day about it, going, hey, you're not going to make fun of me about me and the Peeps. Like, actually, we are.
We make fun of your son about saying Peeps. We make fun of you for eating Peeps. That's the way we roll on this show. But I can't make too much fun of you, Mom Moulton, because my wife loves Peeps too.
There you go. There you go.
That's, two out of the four women in our life like Peeps.
Right. So I
Who
guess they're okay. Reds president Phil Castellini
doesn't like the Peeps.
Both kinds. My Peeps and the Easter Peeps. So he's also the team's COO. He's the son of the Reds CEO, who's been the team's controlling owner for the last 16 plus years. The Reds in the last 15 years, if you haven't been paying attention, have only made the playoffs 4 times, and they've had no success. They've lost in the division series twice and the wild card games twice. The Reds have had 5 winning seasons in the last 15 years. And then after a couple of good years back to back, the pandemic team made the playoffs, got swept by the Braves, and then last year's team was in it the whole way and collapsed in September, had an easy schedule, should have been the second wild card, and choked it away. And then the Reds sold off 4 of their good players. And so, they're grumbling in Cincinnati about the Reds. And WLW is a radio and a TV station. And yesterday was the Reds' home opener, which is a big deal. And so Castellini made himself available for interviews. And Mark, he was simply asked, because Castellini had said a couple of weeks ago, the fans need to trust us. We really do know what we're doing. Just trust us. And so the reporter asked why fans should maintain trust in him. Is this an acceptable answer? Well, where are you going to go? Let's start there. I mean, sell the team to who? That's the other thing. You want to have this debate? If you want to look at what would you do with this team to have it be more profitable, make more money, compete more in the current economic system that the game exists in, well, it would be to pick it up and move it somewhere else. And so be careful what you ask for. I think we're doing the best we can with the resources that we have. We're no more pleased with the results than fans. I'm not sitting here saying everybody should be happy. I'm not polishing trophies in the office right now, and that's what we're here to do. But the bottom line is, and I do think we've had to shift the discipline. We've tried a lot of things that didn't work, and they came close to working but didn't. So nobody's got to tell me it didn't work. So I think we've learned from those things, and trust me, the GM is a guy on a mission. He's a bull in a china shop that has his way to do it, and that's to grow your own, and we're doing just that.
So then,
where are you going to go?
Now, when asked before the game Tuesday to clarify his comments on WLWT television, he said, you can hate on us all you want. We're not going anywhere. We haven't abandoned our commitment to winning and investing in this franchise and the community. So the point is, stay tuned and be a fan. Basically, I'm smarter than anybody that watches this team, cares about this team, and shut up. Buy your tickets, buy your hot dogs, shut up, and come to the games.
I mean, where are you going to go? I mean, you live in the greater Cincinnati area. Who the hell else you going to root for?
Where are you going to go?
Shut up. Root for the Reds. And come to the ballpark whenever you can. Once again, I mean, where are you going to go?
Hate on us all you want, but we're not going anywhere.
Come on. If we were doing a show in Cincinnati, we would have taken the day off immediately because we would have run to a store and had as many shirts as we could afford printed of where you're going to go. Miller and Moulton, where are you going to go? I would have emptied my bank account. My wife would have said, hey, I just got this email from the bank for insufficient funds. What the hell's going on?
Where are you going to go? In fact, I think most of you should try to use this line today throughout your personal and business dealings. When you go into the office this morning, and show up late. Show a good 10 minutes late. Boss going to look at you late. Yeah, what are you going to do about it?
Yeah.
Where are you going to go?
What are you going to do? Get somebody else to do this job?
You
Please.
seen unemployment around here? No,
Right.
No one wants to work. No one's going to work.
Right.
Where are you going to go?
Yeah. Who are you going to get? Do this job for what I do it for. Just shut up and go back to the office. Polish your trophies. Try to work that in too if you can. Hey, you just go back to the office and polish your trophies, okay?
And I don't mean to, if you cook around the house, any of the women or someone like me that's the Mr. Mom of the house, the wife or the husband says, what's for dinner tonight? Where are you going to go?
Does it matter? You'll eat what I put on the plate.
Where are you going to go?
What? Think you can do better?
I'm going to use it with my daughter.
Really?
Yeah. Dad, I want this. No. Where are you going to go?
Right. You going to get another dad?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I don't think so. And certainly not one that cooks. Give me a minute and you'll eat what I put in front of you. We're going to cause a lot of trouble Easter week if we're saying that the attitude should be, what are you going to do about it?
Shut up and be a fan.
I mean, where are you going to go? Who else are you going to root for? Just shut up and watch the damn games. We're trying.
The best part is that after the game, he issued a statement apologizing where he lied through his teeth.
Right.
I apologize to Reds fans and regret the comments that I made earlier today. Let me rephrase that. I don't give a damn about the Reds fans, and I can't believe that I said that out loud.
I was going to say, listen, I meant every word I said because I said it twice.
We love this city, we love this team, and we love our fans. I hate this city. This team sucks, and our fans are even worse. I understand how our fans feel, and I'm sorry. I don't care how our fans feel, and I'm not sorry. I mean, this is the...
Well, in the morning, he does the radio. In the middle of the day, he does the TV. It's not until damn near dinner that he releases
It's after the game.
Right. But it's also like 9 hours after his
Yes.
first comments. And we're supposed to... all I know is that I feel so badly for the Reds PR staff. It's the home opener. The city and the area is all into it. And meanwhile... All right, his dad has got to call an emergency staff meeting after the game and go, all right, everybody draw up your best apology. We'll take the best paragraphs from all of them. We'll put it into one.
And look, there's no one at these games right now because they missed their opening day. The crowds are sparse. They lost again.
Well, where are you going to go?
You know where they're not going to go? To the ballpark.
I mean, let's start there. I mean, sell the team to who? That's the other thing. You want to have this debate?
You want to know the best of the Cincinnati Reds to pick this team up and move it to a real city.
Right.
Because this city can't suck enough.
Because this is, I mean, come on. We're competing against the Dodgers and the Mets. Two teams with unlimited bankrolls. Please, never mind our own division.
These stupid players couldn't do a salary cap if we begged them for it, and they want us to be competitive. It's not going to happen.
What is it we should do to better compete? It'd be to pick it up and move it somewhere else. Remember, this is in the morning. He had a good night's sleep. It's the home opener. He had his coffee. He had breakfast. He's fired up. It's a good day. He agreed to do these interviews.
And I've applauded the Reds the past couple of years because in a division with the Cubs spending all kinds of money and the Cardinals and the Brewers spending all kinds of money, the Reds have tried to compete. They're actually spending $130 million this year. They spent $140 last year, $160 the year prior.
True. I mean, they're not spending the A's and the Orioles and the
right.
You know,
I mean, they actually, when it looked as if a couple of years ago, it looked as if there's no reason to spend money. They actually went out and picked up a couple of players. They've actually made an effort.
They did. And like he said, we tried to win. We came close. But now, you know, we're retooling. And besides, where are you going to go? Can we put that on shirts? All right, that's been suggested in the Twitch chat room.
You know what? We can, David, but here's what I'm going to tell you. It's not going to happen. You know why? We've never put anything on a shirt before.
No, we really haven't. Although we've lended our logo to shirts. Our logo has appeared on shirts, just not ours. New show slogan, Miller and Moulton. Where are you going to go?
It's right there with it.
Someone said that's what TSA at Logan in Boston is saying to JetBlue passengers. Hey, where are you going to go?
Boy, ain't that the truth. You know, you had a pretty successful fall flying.
Yeah. Yeah. I've had 2 really good football seasons with COVID and everything. Knock on wood, I only had a couple of, oh boy, how am I going to get there moments.
Good luck.
Well,
because it's not getting any better.
No, it's not. I don't know why they're canceling flights. I don't quite understand that.
They don't have employees.
Huh. Well, I guess
where are you going to
go? That's why you ask questions, folks. Every now and then they tell the truth. And sometimes they even double down on it. Then they go, I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. You guys are great. Miller and Moulton.
Where are you going to go?
Hey, it's Mark Miller for the Training Grove by Orange Whip Golf, where golfers go to get better. Improve your golf game from home with Orange Whip Golf and Fitness online swing training program, The Training Grove. With a growing swing training video library and a daily program prescribed by golf fitness professionals, The Grove provides a clear path to unlock your most powerful swing, giving you control of your game like never before. Join thousands like me who have finally found a way to achieve results in half the time of traditional game improvement methods with The Grove's revolutionary blend of golf fitness, instruction, and award-winning Orange Whip products. Go to orangewhipgolf.com to get started for a free 14-day risk-free trial and use code Miller10 to get $20 off your first month. That's orangewhipgolf.com to get started for a free 14-day risk-free trial. Remember to use code Miller10. That will get you $20 off your first month. The Training Grove by Orange Whip Golf, where golfers go to get better.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the chicken bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today. You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
just laughing. I swear to God, I just laughed the whole way there and back. So you're saying that wasn't the right approach? Exactly, Paul. You jerking my bobber? I mean, where are you going to go?
Rodman's daughter's cute. That's what we need, is Dennis Rodman at U.S. women's soccer games.
Right.
Right in the middle of the nutty crowd.
He showed up at one like last year. Something that she was playing in. He showed up at it. He was just sitting kind of off by himself.
So Dennis Rodman's daughter is on the U.S. women's soccer team?
Do you listen to our show?
No, I'm just
Yes.
that's incredible.
Yes.
Yes. And did you just catch that because of the highlight?
Trinity Rodman.
Did you
And-
just catch it because of the highlight?
No, you mentioned it earlier.
Right.
Someone mentioned it.
She
Yeah.
she scored.
That's your story and you're sticking to it? Look at this. The girls are picking up. The lie is coming through.
I mean,
No, it was mentioned in the starting five. Come on.
Trinity Rodman's her name. She was voted last year as like the best, I don't know, for whatever her age group is, best player right now in the U.S. national team program. And she came off the bench last night, scored a goal, her first one. Gilbert Gottfried, we never had him, did we?
No, I saw him when he was in town. My God, was that. So I'm in Marco at Captain Brian's.
Rest in peace.
God, was that man funny.
I didn't realize he was in bad health
I didn't either.
because he, what, 67? I mean, that's not that old. He's not middle age, but I mean, where are you going to go?
That's kind of where I'm at now, David. Nowhere.
Where are you going to go? Tell you what, though, it's funny, but there really is some truth to that. I mean, what are you going to do? I mean, what are you going to do? Drop your allegiance to a team, start rooting for someone else? I mean, you just can't fake something like that.
It's one of the great sound bites in recent history. I'll tell you that.
Just,
But he doubled down.
I mean, Miller and Moulton in the morning. Where else you going to go? It was just texting me.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
"21 minutes past the hour, Miller and Moulton, Florida Sports Network. Sam Fortier, he's a beat writer, the Washington Post, covering the Washington Commanders. So is Dan Snyder in more trouble, or is he Teflon?
Where are you going to go?
Right. Matt Moscona, top of the hour. We'll head to New Orleans. Saints with 2 first-round picks. We're trying to touch upon all the teams who have multiple first-round picks in the draft. That is 2 weeks from tomorrow. Seth Everett to join us in a little more than an hour. Listen, we had a lot of fun last segment. If you weren't with us very quickly, the president of the Cincinnati Reds, the COO, he said twice before the Reds home opener yesterday, Reds fans are grumbling. They don't think the team's spending enough money. Don't think they're doing enough to win. And he said simply, hey, where are you going to go?
First time texter on the show here, David. If you've never texted the show, you text the keyword FSN radio to 21,000, FSN radio to 21,000. Once you do that, you're in. This texter says, where are you going to go? Also fits the Florida real estate market. You're on to something there.
You really are. Wait a minute. I just offered $100,000 over asking price. You can't do that.
Where are you going to go?
Where are you going to go?
Sell your house. And then where are you going to go?
Exactly. Yes, that is true. You can make $300,000 more than you paid for it. And then where are you going to go? But, is there some truth to what he said? And actually, is there a lot of truth, though, to what he said? That we, the fan, don't want to acknowledge it. But come on now. If you live in Cincinnati, you got 2 pro teams, football and baseball. You don't have hockey and basketball.
Nope.
Football and baseball.
Nope.
Now, it's a great college city, Cincinnati, Xavier. I mean, it's a terrific college basketball city. But
I will say, in watching a little bit of the Reds game yesterday, the Bearcats were advertising single tickets for baseball. Maybe the alternative for the baseball fan now.
Okay. But honestly, how many of you out there have switched your allegiance?
So it's funny you say that, because I have a good friend who just left the area and had been here for 16 years in the golf business, literally just moved in the last few months. And he's a diehard Reds fan, has been his whole life.
All right.
And so I texted him.
Where are you going to go?
It's exactly what I said. I said, who else are you going to root for?
Right. And what did he say?
And what's funny is he didn't see the article yet. And he said, baseball, no team in particular. And I said, did you see your president's comments from yesterday? And I sent them to him. And he said, I just tuned in and heard the two of you. Living in Southwest Florida for 16 years, I did turn into a Rays fan. He's a baseball fan, and it's hard not to appreciate what they've done.
Right, and we get that. You move to a certain area, you have a little fondness for one of the, but your team is not that team. It's someone else.
But he said in closing, he had little support prior, and no one was going to the games. I hope tonight's game has 50 in attendance.
Yeah, but he doesn't answer the question, though. Are you going to stop rooting for the Reds?
Right.
And come on. You're not going to all of a sudden start rooting for the Cubs or the Cardinals in your division. You were rivals with the Dodgers forever, so you're not going to jump on that bandwagon. Are you going to root for the Guardians? You're angry at your team because you're only spending $130 million? They're spending $50. Honestly.
So it's 2 choices. Where are you going to go?
Right.
Or you quit rooting for a baseball team.
Right. You stay home and you're done. You don't watch, you don't listen.
And that's really the crux of it right there. What you just said. You can say all you want that I don't care anymore and I don't root. When are you going to turn it off? Because if you don't care anymore and you're still watching 4 Reds games a week on whatever Bally's, Ohio, then you're still a fan. No matter what you try to tell us. Because those eyeballs on the television mean fandom. They mean advertising for the team. You're helping support them. That means you are a fan.
We've all, I shouldn't say we've all, because some people actually root for teams that, are consistently good and or they at least conduct themselves the way you should. But I happen to, of my big 4 pro sports teams, 2 of my 4 have at various times, not been very professional. I love the Mets, and I have a genuine fondness for the Knicks. And the Knicks have been one of the 3 worst franchises in the NBA for the last 20 years, on and off the court. And the Mets just have a charm to them in which if they could screw up a 3-car funeral, they will. And at times have just, been a mess off the field. So it hasn't always been easy being fans of those two teams. I can't root. Like, I'm not all of a sudden going to be a Yankees fan. I'm not going to root for the Brooklyn Nets. I don't have anything against either. I will watch their games. I will appreciate their talent. But I am a Mets and a Knicks fan.
And you and I had talked about this a few weeks ago. I'm a fan of Detroit teams. I don't have the Lions bug. Never had. I rooted for the Steelers when I was a kid because the Lions sucked. And my best friend rooted for the Cowboys. That's really why. He picked Staubach, I picked Bradshaw. But as far as the other teams, I'm a fan of all the other Detroit pro teams.
Right.
And you and I have talked about this. My fandom has waned a little bit in the last few years because all those teams have stunk.
Yeah, but you're still a fan.
But I'm still, but my like the way I like those sports has not been as strong as it's been in the past because my teams aren't as good.
Right, but in theory, though, if they were to get good,
100%,
you're all in.
The 100%. I never really lost my fandom.
Right.
I've lost a little interest because they've left me.
Now, imagine, though, if somebody running one of these teams essentially challenged you. I mean, that's what this guy did. He challenged the fan base. I mean,
challenged the Chiefs, called us names.
I mean, this might as well have been a wrestler in the middle of the ring in the WWE. Oh, really? You're going to boo me? Where the hell else you going to go? Who are you going to root for? Please. I mean, really, he might as well have been in trunks and all lathered up when he did it.
Absolutely, or at least been one of the managers.
Right.
Had a few beer cans thrown at him and we'd have moved on. But is he wrong?
No, I mean, he may be a jerk. You don't want to hear what he has to say. But come on now, it's why we're fans.
And the minute, if he's ever right, and what they're doing is the right method, all you Red fans are done. If he's actually right and this rebuild works and they had to tear this down to build it back up.
I don't think it's the where you're going to go part that is really the part that I would be upset about if I was a Reds fan, because I would come to the conclusion that, the blankety blank's right. But I will say when he said, oh, really? You want us to spend that kind of money and you want us to be able to win consistently? Then we should pick the team up and move it. Okay. All right, you blankety blank. Really? Really?
Well, that's a texter says. I'm a Rays fan. They split time with Canada. I'll never be a fan again. That's the phrase that he threw in there is the one that will get him in the most trouble.
The phrase that pays was, we should pick this thing up and move it. To that gentleman, by the way, the whole Montreal thing's been nixed. That's done. That's off the table.
And this is right. Where's he going to go? But more likely his kids next generation bail on them because they're bailing anyway. Well, we'll see when they win. If they win.
Besides, it's a 2-team town.
This one, another texter. You should see my college buddies chat. They're all Reds fans, and they root against them every night.
Wow. Where are you going to go? The chat room, I guess. I guess there is an alternative. Sam Fortier, he covers the Commanders for the Washington Post.
Where are you going to go?
He joins us next. Miller and Moulton, the Florida Sports Network.
Hey, it's Mark Miller for the Training Grove by Orange Whip Golf, where golfers go to get better. Improve your golf game from home with Orange Whip Golf and Fitness online swing training program, The Training Grove. With a growing swing training video library and a daily program prescribed by golf fitness professionals, The Grove provides a clear path to unlock your most powerful swing, giving you control of your game like never before. Join thousands like me who have finally found a way to achieve results in half the time of traditional game improvement methods with The Grove's revolutionary blend of golf fitness, instruction, and award-winning Orange Whip products. Go to orangewhipgolf.com to get started for a free 14-day risk-free trial. And use code Miller10 to get $20 off your first month. That's orangewhipgolf.com to get started for a free
14-day risk-free trial. Remember to use code Miller10. That will get you $20 off your first month. The Training Grove by Orange Whip Golf, where golfers go to get better.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the Chicken Bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
So the ratings came in for the Long Beach Grand Prix. I think it was on NBC this weekend. Fort Myers, Naples, fourth. I don't know what it is about this market in IndyCar.
A buddy there from the club yesterday, I was hitting balls, and he came up. He's like, "Yep." I said, "When are you going home?" He goes, "Oh, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to be back, make sure I'm going to the race." He goes, "You said you wanted to go. It's on your bucket list." I said, "Not this year." I said, 4 months of not working. What I made this year, it's been a rough year. We got to catch back up before I'm making any trips.
Right.
It's like, all right. Don't know what a starter's going to do. Let him throw opening day for the Mets. That'll get him on a heater.
Apparently, though, we looked at like analytics from last year, and he threw one pitch like way too much. And they convinced him, they're like, you're throwing this pitch like 45% of the time. You need to throw it like 20, 25% of the time. And then I guess DeGrom gave him a tip. And he threw lights out in the spring.
I was watching the Tigers yesterday, and the kid that pitched 2 days ago, I couldn't even tell you his name, but they had him on for a whole half inning. During and it was, the Tigers end up scoring 3 runs in that inning. They had him on for the majority of it. He's yelling, "Get down!" He's yelling,
Right.
but just talking, just kind of giving. Well, he goes, "That's what starting pitchers do." He goes, "You bounce ideas off one another. And it was just a good,
Right.
honest interview where the pitcher was pretty open, and it's like, wow, they're really keeping this guy on a long time, and they keep asking more and more questions. And the color analysts don't ask very good questions, so he's got a lot of questions where they just make statements and stop, and it's like, yeah, dude, you didn't have, but look, he's given pretty good insight for a young.
Right.
They could have so much of that.
I will say it's a sport that lends itself to him.
Really
a lot of
does.
downtime. Juan Soto hit a homer against the Mets on Saturday that may still be traveling.
The one where the pitcher was like,
It was straight out of Bull Durham. Man, anything traveling that far should have a stewardess on it. I mean,
the call was great too. Soto, right field. See you.
it's Ted.
later.
I think it's Ted Robinson, longtime Nats guy.
Yeah, he's good.
Yes. Exactly, Warren. Exactly.
Got a long comment from a Pirates fan in here on Facebook that you can't see.
Oh.
So you guys hit the nail on the head. Pirate fan my whole life. I've given up watching the MLB for the last 2 years. Watched the All-Star game last year because I do love the game. By the way, I had the package for the 3 years before and typically went to an MLB game with my sons every year. However, not supporting the MLB until they establish the floor and make the owners open their wallets. I'm done and couldn't imagine rooting for anybody else. So with all that said, I'm taking my ball and going home.
Wow. Okay. All right.
We like a salary cap, David.
Yes, we do. We do. The American sports fan loves a cap. I agree.
Baseball doesn't realize it. The players don't realize that we like it.
Right. Well, the players don't care. They're out for them. They're not out for the fan.
Yeah, I understand, but they're not out. They're out for them. They're not out for the other players because the floor would help everybody.
Well,
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
.22 before the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network. We'll head to New Orleans at the top of the hour. Matt Moscona, ESPN Radio. Saints with 2 first-round picks. What are they thinking? Gonna package them, trade up, stay put, and get 2 starters. Seth Everett's weekly appearance is 1 hour from now. Sam Fortier is kind enough to join us. He covers the Commanders for the Washington Post. You can follow Sam on Twitter, Sam, the number 4TR, Sam4TR. Sam, it's David and Mark. Good morning. Thanks for your time. How are you?
Of course. Thanks for having me, guys. I'm doing well.
All right. What'd you make of yesterday?
Well, I would say these are probably some of the most serious allegations of misconduct against Dan Snyder and the Commanders directly. Obviously, we know about the sexual harassment that has been alleged and the investigation that happened before this. Summer 2020 report came out last summer. But yesterday, Congress saying that the team and the owner may have engaged in a troubling, long-running, and potentially unlawful pattern of financial conduct. Basically, some shady bookkeeping to steal from the NFL, to steal from his business partners, and to withhold as much as $5 million in refundable security deposits from season ticket holders. Those are pretty serious allegations.
All right. How many of them do you think? I mean, what has to stick here for this to take it to the next level? Because let's all be honest here. Dan Snyder's name and improprieties have been talked about for years, but it seems that they've lacked proof. What here has the power to stick in your estimation?
Well, I mean, these charges, I think, have the evidence to stick. If you go read the full 20-page letter that the House Oversight Committee sent to the Federal Trade Commission yesterday, I mean, the whistleblower, I guess, the guy who was the VP of ticket sales for 24 years before this, I mean, he came with spreadsheets and documents and emails, and team employees are referring to they were cooking the books and they were calling it juice. Hey, take the revenue from these regular season games, make it look like it came from Kenny Chesney concert, a college football game, and so we don't have to report that revenue. We don't have to share that revenue with the league. And he has exact specific amounts. He has spreadsheets. He has emails. I mean, all of this stuff. It's pretty convincing. So I think the Federal Trade Commission needs to issue some subpoenas, verify these emails, and then I think and the Maryland Attorney General last night said he was going to maybe get involved. So this is anytime, like you said, Dan Snyder has been talked about for years. So I'm wary that anything will necessarily stick. But certainly there seems to be the momentum and the evidence to make both those charges of financial malfeasance stick now.
One of the congressmen was quoted as saying, quite frankly, as you go through the allegations, it reads like a description of some organization out of The Godfather and not an NFL team. A congresswoman who's the chairwoman of the committee is quoted as saying, it really helps to color the culture and impunity that other witnesses have described and the evidence of severe dysfunction. But let's be honest, Sam, if Dan Snyder screwed the season ticket base, I mean, do we really think the NFL is going to care about that? I mean, doesn't he have to have stuck it to his fellow owners in a big way? I mean, not in a little way. You know, even if it was $5 million he kept out of his fellow owners' pockets, if you divide it by 31, it's a small amount of money here. And so I think, Sam, we're all wondering, you know, even if Dan Snyder is a crook, is it enough to lose the team?
But that's a great question because, as we know, in the league's 102-year history, no owner has ever been forced to sell. Jerry Richardson obviously, put his team up, but he wasn't forced to sell. And you would need 75%. You would need 24 of the 31 owners to vote to get rid of him. And billionaires are I don't think a bunch that would like to set a precedent that you could get voted out of losing your team, because that's kind of the whole deal, right? Like, they got the golden goose. You share the TV revenue, the value of your team goes up every year, basically guaranteed. I mean, that is, those are, serious incentives to not vote someone else or to set that precedent, because it could happen to you.
Right.
But even though it's pennies for them, when you're talking about $5 million shared 31 ways, I do think that billionaires don't like people going after their money. So this is actually setting up a fascinating dynamic. If the FTC looks into this, if they verify it, then I think we're talking about what do the owners do, because they're going to be in a fascinating position. All
the evidence, by the way, that's been shared from Congress to the Federal Trade Commission has also been given to the NFL. He's Sam Fortier. He covers the Commanders for the Washington Post. You can follow Sam on Twitter at Sam4TR, Sam4TR.
Well, and Sam, how much do you make of the Maryland Attorney General, which you brought up earlier, saying that this could be a violation of the Maryland's Consumer Protection Act? It seems that stemming away from the federal government, now getting into the state government, the more tentacles that get involved in this, the more dangerous it could be for Mr. Snyder, don't you think?
Certainly, and this is a team that is currently talking to all three jurisdictions in the area, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia, about a potential new stadium. And we obtained some documents that show, like an 80-page, here's how we're going to redevelop the land around your stadium. Because FedEx is, I think everybody knows, one of the worst stadiums in the league. You've had a bunch of problems this year with pipes bursting and railings collapsing and things like that. So, the Maryland Attorney General, if nothing else, you're going to stop yourself from getting a stadium deal, and possibly, you could get sanctioned, you could get brought up on criminal or civil charges, because obviously, the more people that look into this, you got to wonder what they're going to find.
Sam, let's just switch quickly on the field. Washington drafting 11th. Do you think they're going to go quarterback, or are they going to say, listen, we're in a really bad division and we won it 2 years ago, and if our guys stay healthy and we just plug a couple holes, we can win it again this year, and they're just going to fill a need at 11, or are they going to draft the quarterback of the future? Where do you think Rivera and company are leaning right now?
I am almost certain that they will not take a quarterback at 11. I think that quarterback is an option on day 2 or day 3, but if you have brought in Carson Wentz and you have told him, hey, we want to give you a chance to be our guy, regardless of what you think of Carson Wentz, or regardless of how his tenure ended, both in Philadelphia and in Indianapolis, I don't think you can tell a guy who has the reputation that Carson Wentz has, you're our guy, we're behind you, we're going to do everything we can to support you, and then draft a replacement at 11. Even if you went, even if Malik Willis fell there and you said, okay, he's going to sit for a year, I just don't see Carson Wentz being a lame duck as a tenable situation. I think they're much likelier to go linebacker because that's a position that they whiffed on last year and they still need. I think they can go wide receiver. I think that they can go safety. If someone fell, I don't know if Kyle Hamilton will fall far, but or they could trade back. Those to me all seem much, much, much likelier than quarterback.
Boy, I'm with you. And with the great receivers that are in this draft, I think they're in a prime spot at 11 to get somebody to help out the receiving core. And that to me was where I would go. The other side of this is that you mentioned day 2, but only one pick on day 2 and then a couple of picks on day 3. Are they a team likely to try to do some movement?
Yeah, I think trading down and trying to get some more picks would make a ton of sense for them because you give up 2/3, one next year that could become a second for Carson Wentz. You traded a 5th round pick last year to go up and get a long snapper. They definitely need more picks, and so I wouldn't be surprised. Especially, I don't know if it's better for them if the quarterbacks fall collectively, right? Like because you want more of them to be available so that your pick becomes more valuable. But at the same time, if Malik Willis or Pickett goes 6th, then maybe it incites some other teams to trade up. So you definitely need to go get more picks in this draft because more teams are doing that than ever as well.
Sam, thanks for making time for us, particularly at this hour. All the best. Hopefully we can do this again.
Of course. Thanks, guys.
Sam Fortier covers the Commanders for the Washington Post. You can follow him on Twitter at Sam4TR. Sam4TR. Sam Fortier joining us here on Miller and Moulton.
I think if the quarterback slips, no one goes in the top 10. I think they're in a spot. Maybe New Orleans talks to them at 11 of maybe moving up at that point. I mean, they need a few things to break their way to trade out of that, but a lot of the receivers will still be there. A lot of them will still be there at 11, that if they went back, I think they could still get a receiver and move down a few spots if someone's going to go up and get, whether it's Willis or Pickett or whatever it is that someone may want.
I think it's going to come down to, do they go receiver because there's some concerns about whether or not McLaurin's going to be there long-term because he's got to get paid here soon, and we're now seeing what receivers are getting paid. But also Ron Rivera loves the Notre Dame safety, loves players like that. And I think he'll be available at 11. I think he's going to keep sliding down. And I think he'll be there for Washington at 11. And I think that'll be their choice. Do they go receiver or do they go Kyle Hamilton? Very quickly, if you're the NFL with Snyder, the franchise is a mess, has been for a quarter century. The stadium situation is bad. And he's likely not going to get funding. Everybody hates him, all right? And nobody in Virginia, Maryland, and D.C. has money to give him.
Well, and I don't know if you can, right? I mean, like, this is so toxic that how are you going to get this through a state government with this guy being the blankety blank that he is?
Exactly.
It's not like a lot of other situations where they can, Buffalo, it was a little ugly and a little messy, but they're not hated the way Schneider's hated.
This is one of the 5 most valuable franchises in the NFL. If it went on the market, it would be a top 5 price. If you're the NFL, at what point do you sit down and go, can we talk long-term about this franchise? If we keep Snyder, how does this franchise get fixed? He has a 25-year record of not being able to produce a winner, and he's toxic when it comes to getting a new stadium. So this franchise is operating at about $1.5 billion less than what its real value is with him as owner. And he's a young guy. So if we don't get rid of him now, this franchise can be run into the ground for half a century.
It's why I actually think the more tentacles that are on this, the fact that the Maryland's government's on this for the Consumer Protection Act and things of that nature, I think the more different entities that are coming at Snyder, the better the chances are the NFL has of getting rid of him. I still don't like their chances.
L.A. Paul in our Twitch chat room, the NFL has done nothing to Snyder so far. Why would they start now? And I would just simply say, yep, you're right. They do nothing until they decide to do something. And once they decide to do something, they're coming off the top rope. If they enter the ring, they're coming to get him. In my opinion, I don't think they're coming to slap him on the wrist.
And I don't know if they're coming. I really don't.
What was released yesterday publicly, to me, is not enough for them to just go after him.
Totally.
Now,
and it's really easy for people to say, get rid of him, but that requires 30 other owners to do so. And you just listen to all the reasons why that's not going to happen that quickly.
You and I differ on this. I think if Flores proves his case against Ross, they'll come after Snyder as well. That they're like, listen, if we're going after one, we might as well go get the other guy.
Yeah, one's a blankety blank, the other cheated. The other tried to have games fixed.
I understand. But Snyder tried to steal money from us and may have done so.
Yeah, but it wasn't that much money. We can get that money from him.
Yeah, but this might be our only chance to come get him. And while we're voting one guy out, why don't we just vote the other?
It will let you know that 30 other teams might be stealing a little money too, David.
That's okay.
You know they're always that.
But we're not after them.
Yeah, but if we throw them out, they could be after you one day.
Well, I'll tell you what, those 600,000 emails may suddenly appear. That is the one thing.
Then there's that.
You go after Snyder, all of a sudden we may find out why Goodell's really mad at Gruden. Matt Moscona, ESPN, Baton Rouge, and New Orleans Saints with 16-19. What are they going to do? We'll talk to Matt next. David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa Filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa Filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters.
Hey, it's Mark Miller for the Training Grove by Orange Whip Golf, where golfers go to get better. Improve Orange Whip Golf and Fitness online swing training program, the Training Grove, with a growing swing training video library and a daily program prescribed by golf fitness professionals. The Grove provides a clear path to unlock your most powerful swing, giving you control of your game like never before. Join thousands like me who have finally found a way to achieve results in half the time of traditional game improvement methods with the Grove's revolutionary blend of golf fitness, instruction, and award-winning Orange Whip products. Go to orangewhipgolf.com to get started for a free 14-day risk-free trial. And use code Miller10 to get $20 off your first month. That's orangewhipgolf.com to get started for a free 14-day risk-free trial. Remember to use code Miller10. That will get you $20 off your first month. The Training Grove by Orange Whip Golf, where golfers go to get better. Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the chicken bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today. Hey, it's Mark Miller for the Training Grove by Orange Whip Golf, where golfers go to get better. Improve your golf game from home with Orange Whip Golf and Fitness online swing training program, the Training Grove, with a growing swing training video library and a daily program prescribed by golf fitness professionals. The Grove provides a clear path to unlock your most powerful swing, giving you control of your game like never before. Join thousands like me who have finally found a way to achieve results in half the time of traditional game improvement methods with the Grove's revolutionary blend of golf fitness, instruction, and award-winning Orange Whip products. Go to orangewhipgolf.com to get started for a free 14-day risk-free trial and use code Miller10 to get $20 off your first month. That's orangewhipgolf.com to get started for a free 14-day risk-free trial. Remember to use code Miller10. That will get you $20 off your first month. The Training Grove by Orange Whip Golf, where golfers go to get better. You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
I didn't realize this still existed.
Saw one indoor soccer game
So did I.
in Milwaukee before a Milwaukee Admiral Atlanta Knights game.
I saw it in Jersey at the arena that the Nets and Devils played in before
Brendan
the Brendan Byrne. Yeah. Oh, that's
See, he robbed a home run. The ball was going to go over the fence.
right.
And he brought it back in.
Yep.
He didn't go over the fence.
Oh. See, that's an out.
That's an out.
That's an out. If he goes tumbling into the pool, that should be a home run. But that's us.
He didn't answer. I'm gonna call him back, but we'll see.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton, Florida Sports Network. Thanks for getting over the hump with us. A lot going on today. Not just the NBA play-in games last night, more NBA play-in games tonight, but the Reds president making the comments before the Reds home opener about, hey, you disgruntled fans, where are you going to go? Seriously.
If you really want us to spend money, the only way we can do it is pick this franchise up and move it to a real city.
I mean, where are you going to go? So, just go home, eat your hot dogs and your Cracker Jacks, go to Skyline Chili, and Just suck it up and deal, okay? We're doing the best we can. The Saints are doing the best they can as well. And they made a deal last week that many of us outside of the area still scratching their head about. Matt Moscona is kind enough to join us afternoons on ESPN Radio in both New Orleans and Baton Rouge. You can follow Matt on Twitter at Matt Moscona, Moscona. Matt, David, and Mark, once again, hope you've been well. How are you?
Hey, guys, doing really well. Good morning.
Well, first, if we could go back, as best you can tell, what were the Saints thinking, giving up a 1, a 2, and a 3 essentially to buy a second first-round pick and have 16 and 19 in this draft?
Yeah, they are incapable of standing pat. First and foremost, there's just no team in the NFL draft that moves as much as the Saints do. They just their whole philosophy is be aggressive. If there's a player you want, go up and get them. Don't let the draft come to you. So they don't value quantity of picks. Typically, they want quality. And quite honestly, when you look at a roster that's won for as long a stretch as the Saints have now, they really typically in a given year aren't 7, 8, 9 roster spots up for grabs. So if you use 9 draft picks, you're probably not going to use them all. You're not going to sign them all, or not all will make the team. Specifically in this draft, my guess is that when the Saints put their board together, and Mickey Loomis actually said this to Peter King earlier this week, but they probably feel like they're going to be able to get 3 players in the top 50 of this draft that they probably have a top 20 grade on. Just the nature of how the draft works and how different teams grade differently and how players fall. And they really feel like at 16, 19, and then with that 49th pick, they're going to be able to get 3 players in the top 50 that they probably have top 20 or top 25 grades on.
Do you think there's any cloak and dagger, and you think they might be trying to combo 16 and 19 to go up and get someone?
I don't listen. First of all, I would never rule it out because this is the Saints. Like that's their MO. And so when you see the reports that, oh, this is a smokescreen and they're actually going to package those 2 together to move up to get Malik Willis or Kenny Pickett, nothing would surprise me. I mean, nobody had the Saints taking Peyton Turner in round 1 last year. Nobody had the Saints back in 2016 moving up to take Marcus Davenport out of UTSA. I mean, look, guys, in 2017, after they signed Adrian Peterson in free agency, and 2 weeks later in the draft, they move up in round 3 to take Alvin Kamara. And we're all going, what are you doing taking this running back? It's just, that's obviously worked out. They're just aggressive, so I wouldn't rule it out. But I don't think so. I think they have a sincere need for starters at left tackle, at receiver, at safety, and on the defensive line. That's I think is their objective here, is to get starting caliber players at those positions the way they did in their 2017 draft. If you want to reference, just go back and look at the Saints 2017 draft, and that's when things kind of changed. That was the draft where they found Marshawn Lattimore and Ryan Ramczyk with 2 first-round picks. They took Marcus Williams in round 2, who obviously became a starting safety. They took Alvin Kamara, Trey Hendrickson in round 3, who obviously became starting players, great players. That's where they supplemented their roster. Now, all those guys who were rookies on their rookie deals, I mean, guys, you know as well as I do, you can't pay everybody. So they've lost some of those guys. They lost Trey Hendrickson last year. They lost Marcus Williams this year. So they feel like they need to get younger and more affordable in spots, and this is probably what they're doing, again, positioning themselves to reload at some of those positions.
Matt Moscona, afternoons, ESPN Radio in New Orleans and Baton Rouge. You can follow Matt on Twitter at Matt Moscona, Moscona. Well, I mean, from afar, then we got it right, because we said that a week ago, in which we thought that they go tackle and receiver at 16, 19, and then they can get the safety at, 49. But do they have any money that they've freed up? If you say they have 4 needs, then in theory, maybe they could fill 3 of them in the first 2 rounds and sign a veteran to some kind of a deal. I know Matthew has kicked the tires. He seems a little rich for their blood, but Matt, do they have any financial flexibility?
Find a way. I mean, that's what we learned with the Saints, right? I mean, they started this offseason, what was it, $75 million over the cap, and they have made a living of restructuring deals to find space to just kick the can down the road, because they have ownership that's willing to structure deals as such, to pay big signing bonuses, to push that money into future years, voidable years. So yes, I haven't looked in the last few days, but I think they have about 14 million in cap space. So it's going to cost in the $3 to $4 million range to sign all of their draft picks. So depending on obviously if they stand pat, slots where they go, but so they have money. I mean, to go sign another big ticket free agent. I think what they're betting on, you mentioned specifically with Tyrann Mathieu and their need for safety help. He's a perfect fit, but Tyrann probably wants Marcus Williams money. And the Saints weren't willing to pay it to Marcus Williams, so they're not going to pay it to Tyrann Mathieu. So I think the Saints are looking at it that one of two things happens. Either they get that safety in the draft, or if they don't get the safety in the draft, what kind of market is there for a player like Tyrann Mathieu or Landon Collins after the draft? To maybe Tyrann wants a big number, but if the market's not going to provide that for him, then maybe he'll take the Saints offer, which might be his best offer, and he'll come over to New Orleans. That's my guess as to what they're thinking there.
And they still could go all the way to that 98 pick for safety as well, because there's still going to be some value down there. Matt, let's go from New Orleans to Baton Rouge. Brian Kelly, the transfer portal door is open. There are a lot of players coming that way. I know we haven't played a game yet, but we're in spring ball. Just your assessment of what's been going on as far as LSU football.
It's kind of stunning, guys, that we've had more access in these first few weeks of spring football than we have in 25 years of LSU football. It's bonkers. To have open practices at times hasn't happened since Jerry DiNardo was the coach. So we're getting to talk to assistant coaches, which never happens here. He didn't under Nick, didn't under Les, didn't under Ed Ogeron. So we are actually getting a pretty good look at this team. I think depth, like quality depth on this team is probably going to be an issue. They have some spots where they are very deep and talented. Receiver, defensive line, safety. They also have positions that are giant question marks. Corner, linebacker, offensive line. The mystery as well. They've got bodies and experience and talent there. How does it work? We'll see. But honestly, guys, the thing that's been the biggest impression for Brian Kelly and the staff, and this is kind of abstract, so this probably is the best answer, but everything right now is just about culture. It's teaching guys the expectation of doing a perfect rep or running to drills, or it's literally like that elementary right now. Mike Denbrock, the offensive coordinator, met with the media last night, and he even said, listen, our players were drinking from a fire hose. We're throwing so much at them. He said last week we had such a bad practice that we just stopped with the install and just focused on hustle and effort and all that sort of stuff. I mean, they are rebuilding a culture around a program that, I know it's bizarre because you're 3 years removed from arguably the greatest season ever in college football, but you can't lose sight of what's happened in the last 2 years, which was a total disaster. And there's a lot of players that only knew these last 2 years. And so they are having to really, with a lot of these people, tear down to rebuild from the ground. So it's been interesting. There hasn't been a culture change like this around LSU football really since Nick Saban was hired. Because Les retained so much of Nick's staff, and then obviously Ed was on Les's staff when he got hired. So this is really the first time since the year 2000. It's been more than almost a quarter century since LSU's had this big of a tear down rebuild.
It'll be fascinating to see just how quickly that the Tigers can get back up and running, because it's not like the SEC West is getting any easier. That is for sure. Matt, thanks for agreeing to do this, particularly at your hour. All the best to you and the family, and hopefully we can talk after the draft.
Anytime, guys. Thanks.
Matt Moscona, ESPN Radio afternoons, New Orleans and Baton Rouge. Follow him on Twitter at Matt Moscona, Moscona. So we've talked with Commanders today, mostly about Daniel Snyder, but we asked the beat writer, hey, at 11, quarterback? And he went, no, I don't think so.
No.
And so we said to Matt Moscona, hey, package in 16-19, moving up for somebody or maybe a quarterback? And no.
And as someone in our Twitch chat room said, and rightly so, a lot of teams are going to want to trade out and trade down. The problem is everybody's going to want to trade out and trade down. So David mentioned this earlier in the week, whether it was yesterday or Monday. If there was any expectations at the quarterback position, this draft could be bat blank crazy. But without the high-end quarterback, teams are going to have to be very specific if they're moving up and for what they're going to get.
Eagles are at 15-18. The thought is they won't go quarterback this year. If Matt's right, the Saints at 16-19 don't go quarterback. Chargers are 17. So that's 5 picks right there between 15 and 19. No quarterbacks. I will say this, Mark, it does open things up for Pittsburgh at 20 to make a move. Now, they never do stuff like this, but it really does open them up to, they have a pretty good idea of the 5 slots in front of them. No quarterback's going to go. Washington, good looking for picks. Will they flop 11 and 20? The Giants and Bears did it last year. Just something to hold on to there. Miller and Moulton. Thanks so much for listening, Florida Sports Network.
Hey, it's Mark Miller for the Training Grove by Orange Whip Golf, where golfers go to get better. Improve your golf game from home with Orange Whip Golf and Fitness online swing training program, The Training Grove. With a growing swing training video library and a daily program prescribed by golf fitness professionals, The Grove provides a clear path to unlock your most powerful swing, giving you control of your game like never before. Join thousands like me who have finally found a way to achieve results in half the time of traditional game improvement methods with The Grove's revolutionary blend of golf fitness, instruction, and award-winning Orange Whip products. Go to orangewhipgolf.com to get started for a free 14-day risk-free trial and use code Miller10 to get $20 off your first month. That's orangewhipgolf.com to get started for a free 14-day risk-free trial. Remember to use code Miller10. That will get you $20 off your first month. The Training Grove by Orange Whip Golf, where golfers go to get better.
David Moulton for Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa Filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa Filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the chicken bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today. You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Did you bring Fridays? Today was the day.
I did not.
Okay. It's on. You can get it though, can't you?
No. I wanted to see if I had it. I couldn't find it.
Oh, you don't have it?
I don't have it.
Oh, okay.
I went through all my shit. I thought maybe I'd have it, but I don't.
Yeah, I'm a Bailey over Jennifer also. Bless you.
Bless you.
Excuse me.
I followed Marlon Humphrey on Twitter like 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
He's got to be one of the best follows I've had in recent history. He tweets every day, and it's always the most obscure shit that I don't know.
How did you stumble upon him?
Twitter suggested him for me. He popped up on my feed.
Wow.
And it had been doing that for like a couple weeks, and then I decided to follow him. Like last night, he tweeted, "I miss my Alabama teammates, LOL." And then Patrick Queen quoted it and said, "Bro, shut up. We got a ring to chase." And he said, "I was low key in my feelings, but you're right. Let's get it."
Well, Queen's from LSU, isn't he?
I
think
you
that's
might be
why
right about that.
Queen was like,
Yeah.
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 He's like,
Shut up.
"Dude."
We got a ring to
Yeah,
chase.
exactly.
DC, you can follow me at Felipe from Miami. I tweet a lot about the NBA.
Shocker.
And delusional Miami takes, since it's the greatest city in the world.
Thanks for listening. And now, more of Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
"21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, Florida Sports Network. Thanks so much for being with us. Seth Everett in a little more than 15 minutes time. One of the topics we had fun with throughout the show today, the president, COO of the Cincinnati Reds, giving not one but two interviews yesterday, one on radio, one on television, before the Reds home opener, which is a really big deal in Cincinnati, oldest franchise in the sport. Usually they open at home. It's only the third time in forever that they didn't open at home. They have a parade and everything. And the fan base a little disgruntled. They think they should be spending more money, put more of an emphasis on winning. They don't like the fact that they had back-to-back winning seasons, and then they sold all four good players this year. And so he basically said, what are you going to do? Who are you going to root for?
Where are you going to go?
We're not making that up, by the way. That's a quote. Where are you going to go? And after we got done laughing,
I like this one. You got one infielder looking this way. You got one infielder looking this way. You got the president going, what do you want from me?
Right. Listen, if we were smart and we wanted to make this franchise what you really want it to be, we'd get up and move it. We're not making that up. That's what he said. But then it got us to ask after we got done laughing, unfortunately, is he right? I mean, what are you going to do? Where are you going to go? You live in the greater Cincinnati area. You've got a baseball team and a football team. Yes, there's two colleges, Cincinnati and Xavier, but I mean, come on now. You got two pro teams, baseball and football. Where are you going to go? What are you going to do? And it led to some interesting responses either on our text line or in the Twitch chat room.
And Eric hit us up on Facebook and said, you guys hit it right on the head. Pirate fan my whole life. I have given up watching the MLB for the last 2 years. Watched the All-Star game last year because I do love the game. By the way, I had the package for 3 years before that. Typically went to an MLB game every year with my sons. However, not supporting the MLB until they establish a floor and make the owners open their wallets. I'm done, and I couldn't imagine rooting for anybody else. So with all that being said, I'm taking my ball, and I'm going home.
So, in the rhetorical question, where are you going to go?
Home.
He went home. Now, it doesn't help that his franchise has not done a ton of winning in the last 30 years.
No, but they had a run there of 3 or 4 years where they did try to put everything together, and they did make a couple of playoff runs, and it didn't.
But they did it all on a budget.
Right.
And then once those players started to get expensive, they started becoming former Pirates. And you're right. They were a game away from the LCS one year. You know, they won the wild card game and I think lost a division series in 5. But yeah, the McCutcheon years there,
right?
3-4 year run, beat the Reds, in fact, in a wild card game one time. But where are you going to go? What are you going to do? My question would be, how many of you have truly changed your allegiance? Like you were a big fan of blank, and then you literally over time or something happened, you changed your allegiance. You are no longer a Bucks fan. You started rooting for whomever.
Well, and I would think down here that may have happened. But I mean, I'm still a Red Wing fan. I root for the Lightning. I root for the Panthers. They're good.
They're fun to watch. No. You have soft spots. Right. You enjoy them or what have you. But you're rooting. If the playoffs happen and the Wings are in it, you're rooting for the Wings. Right. The Wings did not lose your allegiance.
And it's hard for a team. I mean, I would turn and look at Felipe, but he's all locked into everything Miami.
Right. And
we've had producers in the past who have jumped from team to team to team.
Well,
multiple producers. It seems to be the job where you can jump fan allegiance sitting in that chair.
I'm going to say, Felipe, you're the aberration for us. Most of our producers from Monday to Friday, it could be a totally different set of teams.
I will root for a team occasionally, but I will never jump ship from Miami till the day I die.
Okay, you say that at 21. But
never.
I'm with you. It's unfathomable to me that I would do what Eric did. I would leave before I could see myself saying, this team is dead to me. I'm treating them like the PGA Tour to those golfers that go to the Saudi Golf League. All right, you guys are dead to me. I will never root for you again. And now I am a Phillies fan or a Cubs fan or whatever. But the Mets are dead to me. I can't see that. I just can't. I'm in my mid-50s now. If it hasn't happened by now.
Well, that's the other part of it. Your chance of an allegiance going away, I think, is much more likely at Felipe's age than it is at ours. I mean, we're creatures of habit at this point.
You know, right. The Bengals winning the Super Bowl this year made me want to stick with the process of being a Dolphins fan and being a Marlins fan even more because the payoff is huge.
Well, and quite frankly, the Bengals put their fan base through much more hell than I think the Reds have put their fan base. I mean, first off, the Reds won a World Series in 1990. They made an LCS in 95. They've made the playoffs 4 times this century.
I mean, the Bengals had a nice little run with the Red Rifle there of making the playoffs for consecutive years. They just couldn't win a damn game.
For 30 years. Couldn't win a playoff game. I mean, they watched the Jags recently be 6 minutes away from going to the Super Bowl. They couldn't win a game.
And in today's world, as DC says, you switch allegiances to support a player, not a team. But in supporting that player, do you start rooting for a new team over your old team? Because I'm not that way. If someone leaves my team to go be a free agent and go somewhere else, they can be dead to me pretty quickly.
I have a great example for you. The bubble. I am a big LeBron James fan. I think he's the most best all-around basketball player of all time. And he went against the Heat. I was praying that the Heat would sweep the Lakers. That obviously didn't happen, but I was going for the Heat in that series.
We have someone here who switched from Florida State to Florida in our Twitch chat room. Wow. I trying to find out if there was like family reasons, for this. FSU was the first college team I followed. All right. When my parents didn't have cable in the 90s, but lived in Gainesville for several years. And after a couple of years, I'm listening to the FSU Gator game, and I found myself rooting for the Gators. Whoa. Wow.
Don't say that out loud a lot.
That was Nick in our Twitch chat room. So here's another one who went from Florida State to Canes in a span of about 15 years.
Well, you and I are very strange when it comes to our relationship with the Florida college teams. We actually like all of them. We like all of them for different reasons.
And the reason that we're able to say that and not seem as if we're frauds is because we did not grow up in the state. So therefore, we were attracted to all of the teams for various reasons from afar and then moved here.
And I liked the Gators the least. And it's very simple. I watched both FSU and Miami come to Michigan State and pound them when I was in college.
Well, and I never saw the Gators on TV.
No, and I mean, we saw, I saw a lot of Florida State. You saw a lot of Miami. And then my first wife went to Georgia. I adore my ex-in-laws, all of them, with the exception of one. They're all Georgia people. So they forced you to despise Florida. So it took me moving here. It took me just listening to Steve Spurrier more and more to develop an affinity for him. But if I were to rank them, the Gators would come in last on my Florida poll. But there are still reasons to enjoy the Gators.
I have a lot of people in the Twitch chat room anyway, basically saying I cannot understand somebody going from one team to another. Seth Everett, he switches allegiances all the time. He's next.
Hey, it's Mark Miller for the Training Grove by Orange Whip Golf, where golfers go to get better. Improve your golf game from home with Orange Whip Golf and Fitness online swing training program, The Training Grove. With a growing swing training video library and a daily program prescribed by golf fitness professionals, the Grove provides a clear path to unlock your most powerful swing, giving you control of your game like never before. Join thousands like me who have finally found a way to achieve results in half the time of traditional game improvement methods with the Grove's revolutionary blend of golf fitness, instruction, and award-winning Orange Whip products. Go to orangewhipgolf.com to get started for a free 14-day risk-free trial. And use code Miller10 to get $20 off your first month. That's orangewhipgolf.com to get started for a free 14-day risk-free trial. Remember to use code Miller10. That will get you $20 off your first month. The Training Grove by Orange Whip Golf, where golfers go to get better.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles Or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the chicken bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today. You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Hi, Seth.
Hey, how are you guys?
Then when Miami and Florida State started coming around and they would play
Oh, your mic was
some
down.
of these schools,
There you go.
I
Hey,
would
guys.
see games in the Knolls.
Hi, Seth.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Tired. Late night watching the Coyotes and the Devils.
Look
Oh.
at you.
I apologize.
Look at you.
Yeah.
We had a guy call on the last minute there of the segment, and he said
Yeah.
that he was a Cubs fan and that he jumped ship from the Cubs to the White Sox because after they traded Anthony Rizzo, because he said he didn't want to get heartbroken anymore.
That's a fun sports radio topic.
Yeah. Jumping ship from team to team. Carl from Cape Coral. Shout out Carl.
Oh, he's not listening right now because we're in a commercial break. But
Well, maybe he's on Twitch.
why would he call?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe
Why would he call?
Why?
Why in the world would he call?
you know the week that I wasn't here in December, I listened to the show one morning and I put it on Twitch and I went on a drive in the morning and I just put it on my aux on Twitch. 'Cause it sounds better.
Thanks for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
This is
Also,
what we get every morning, Seth. Riveting stuff like this during the breaks.
I gave you about 15 seconds of horrible radio because someone called me and my iPad, iPhone, and
You
laptop.
turn your phone off, by the way.
No. I know. I have it.
No. It's 2 days in a row. Your phone's going off on the air.
I have it on Do Not Disturb, but
It rings.
I still got a call anyway. And I was like, what the hell? That's BS.
Turn your ringer off. Not do not disturb. Your ringer in this business should always be off.
I'm sorry.
Thank you for reminding me. That's 2.
Yes.
Thank you for reminding me.
Mhm.
Seth, man, the Nets, they're going to win it all this year.
Somebody invited me to that game.
Last night,
Yeah.
by the way, KM Weber says that he always hears you on an overnight show. Is that true? Ask Seth if he ever sleeps. I often hear him on an overnight show at around midnight, and then he comes on with you guys. You making
Doing
guest
what?
appearances?
No, I didn't do any guest appearances yesterday.
Or just in general? Do you do
Well,
a lot of late night stuff?
What I wonder is if he listens to the iHeart app, because when I record my stuff, sometimes they don't loop it, or they don't replace it. So my report will air 12 hours later.
Okay.
I'm going off Mondays and Tuesdays.
What does that mean?
It's big. My schedule's getting twisted around, and I'm going to do Saturday and Sunday mornings, but not Monday, Tuesday mornings. It's going to be much better for me, and it's because they want me on in Boston. Boston's their big market, so they're taking me off of Georgia and Alabama and Virginia, and they want me to do New York and Boston. So Mondays and it's going to make a huge difference for my podcast because I won't be exhausted when I'm putting them together. But starting May 1st, I don't do Monday and Tuesday, the Alabama Radio Network. I thought that was cool. Thanks, guys.
Well, I mean, okay, you're off Mondays and Tuesdays. It's good for you, and also, I think bigger market exposure. I mean, we root for you. We're fans of you.
No, it's a good thing.
It's
it's no less money. It's no extra money, but it's a reshuffling.
Got it.
I'd really like some extra money.
That would be wonderful, right?
Oh my God.
You guys saw the Phil Castellini thing?
Oh,
And
that's
the
where
whole show.
that's
The whole show?
That's kind of where the whole Allegiant thing's go. Where
Right.
where are you going to go? Is
Where
there
are you
anything
gonna
he said
go?
That's wrong. Where are you
So
going to go?
where are you going to go? So we're going to ask you, where are you
Oh,
going to
okay.
go?
Yeah, it was a great story yesterday. That was fun.
All right, we're coming back.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes before the hour. Our final segment for those of you in Lake City, Tampa, St. Pete, Port Charlotte, and Venice. And it's Seth Everett on this hump day. He of the Three Great Podcasts, Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice, and Tech Stream. Follow Seth on Twitter at Seth_Everett. So where are you going to go?
That was funny, right?
It's a great story.
That's the son, by the way. Bob Castellini was the father. He's the one who bought the team. This
Right,
guy
no.
just inherited the team.
Right. No, he's the COO, and no, but his dad's still the majority owner.
Yeah. Bob Castellini. Yep.
And Phil Castellini, president, COO of the Reds, if by chance you missed it, he gave a couple of interviews before Reds opening day yesterday in which the fan base is a little disgruntled. They traded away 4 good young players and to lower payroll and kind of retool. And Castellini, a week or two ago, said to the fans, you just have to trust us. So he was asked, hey, if you were a fan, why should they trust you? And amongst his answers was, well, where are you going to go?
No, I saw it's an arrogance that is, the downfall of that entire sport. I mean, they're so arrogant.
Hold on.
They're so arrogant.
Seth, hold on. You don't think all owners, not all, but an overwhelming majority of owners in all sports.
Yeah. Okay.
the
That's
same
fine.
way.
That's fine. Yeah. I don't have that fight, but if I was a fan and if this was a town hall, I understand it was like a one-on-one interview. I only read it. I didn't see it. But if that was like a town hall, like they have for season ticket holders, I literally would have just stood up and walked out. It's such a condescending comment, and it so goes against everything that your allegiance should be about. The COO or whatever, the owner's son should be grateful that they're willing to watch your boring sport. And just the idea that you're going to just, assume that their allegiance will be there. And I tuned you guys in and I heard your comment about the Pirates. The apathy for the Pittsburgh Pirates was palpable. And I remember when I was working for MLB, we would have conversations about that apathy, about how it's not just that the Pirates were bad, it's that no one cared. And it was really a sad state of affairs. If you want to look at, the times throughout, history where teams are really, really bad, if you look at the Detroit Lions do not have apathy. The Detroit Lion fan is angry and good because angry still pays their tickets. And what I find, with the Reds is it's so easy to walk away. And, I've wrestled with this entire week. People have asked me on radio shows about not covering baseball anymore. And my whole argument is if I was a Cincinnati Reds fan, try it. Just try it for a week. Ignore that stupid team, even though Dan Hoyt's a great announcer.
Well,
Marty Brenneman's a great announcer.
Seth, you're right, because I've waned from baseball, not because of the product. I really haven't. I've waned from baseball because the team that I've rooted for my whole life has stunk for the last 6, 7, 8 years.
Tigers.
And when your team stinks, you become apathetic to the sport pretty quickly. Now that there's a pulse there and it's spring, I find myself with the first 2 weeks of the ticket going, hey, you know what? I could watch a couple of games. But the fact of the matter is, most fans won't do what we're talking about. Most fans won't just walk away. I don't know here if his comments will get more fans to walk away, if he'll get more apathy, or if he'll get hatred. Because as you just mentioned, Seth, if it's hatred, hell, they may still come out just to boo him.
Maybe my attitude about it is if they're not committed to winning, and the Reds aren't the only team that's not committed to winning.
By the way, they're spending $131 million, and I know that's not big money, but it's not like it's the Marlins or the Guardians or the Pirates for that matter.
But they traded away. They traded away any household name, anybody that you would buy a jersey for. They traded away for no reason. And the reality of it is that if you have a ticket package, or if you're thinking about renewing for a ticket package, think again. That's all I would say is think again. It's early in the season. The secondary market, you won't get face value on your tickets.
Yeah, but Seth, where are
and
they?
I know Yankee fans that are trading in their tickets.
Well, but with all due respect, then you know what? The hell with them. I mean, seriously, they've only had 30 consecutive winning seasons. They're only the greatest franchise in the history of North American sports. If you're that spoiled as a fan base, you know what?
I don't think it's a Yankee thing. I think it's a baseball thing.
Well, but
I think
Seth,
it's a baseball
first off, Seth, you got to stop with this. Baseball's the worst thing in Western civilization. Okay, honestly, it's not appealing to listen to anymore. It's not. Then that's not a Yankee fan. That's a baseball fan turning in their ticket. Where as a Yankee fan are you going to go? Honestly, really? 30 consecutive winning seasons is not enough for you? I would invite you to the exit door if I was Hal Steinbrenner. And I would curse you the whole way to the door.
But that's not how a Yankee fan thinks. Yankee fans are fed up. They're annoyed with Cashman. The whole lead story yesterday in Newark was annoyed that they didn't make an offer on any of the free agents. Listen, that's how the Yankee fan thinks. I'm not a Yankee fan. It's not my fight.
They're $250 million.
But there's a reason why when they were winning, we called them an obnoxious fan base.
Yes.
Don't forget your history.
I haven't at all.
So this idea that Yankee fans are they're not normal. They don't think normal. That's what Yankee fans do. What I'm saying is when an owner,
it's no different. Neither is Dodger fan, and neither is Cardinal fan.
Oh, Cardinal fans are the worst.
But they're not going to the door. They're not trading in their tickets. Okay, obnoxious is fine.
They'll be the last franchise standing.
Yeah,
and they'll blame it on Skip Schumacher.
But come on, I mean, anyway. If
it's just the arrogance that guy had, not knowing what the sport is facing,
Seth,
is what I was addressing.
Seth, no offense, that's obvious. Of course it was arrogant. It was obnoxious. But at the end of the day, is there a truth to Seth? Have you ever changed your allegiance?
Well,
I mean allegiance.
Yes, I have.
I lived in Seattle. I rooted for the Mariners while I was there. I lived in Denver.
No. When I was a kid, in the late 80s, I was a New Jersey Nets fan. I was a Mike Jaminski, Buck Williams, Otis Birdsong, New Jersey Nets fan. And back then, the big thing was cocaine. And the Nets had about 6 players. Come on, I had to entertain here. The Nets had about 6 guys on their roster get suspended for cocaine use. And I had said that, and this is when the Knicks were getting Charles Oakley. They had just traded Bill Cartwright for Charles Oakley.
Mid-80s.
And I was like 11.
Mid-80s.
Yeah, I was a little older. I was like 14, and I said, if one more Nets player gets caught with drugs, I'm walking. And Charles Shackelford happened, and I said, that's it, I'm done. And that was my excuse to watch the Pat Riley, Patrick Ewing, Charles Oakley Knicks. And then I went to college, and that was it. I started my career.
Are you done with? Are you a Knicks fan over a Nets fan to this day?
No, I'm a neither.
Then that's not. I mean,
no, I know.
What could happen? And
I'm a Sonics fan.
One team, the Devils are probably your favorite team.
Yeah.
As long as I've talked to you, it's safe to say. Is there anything that you could see that would change your allegiance, where you would become a Ranger or an Islander fan?
If a situation like a Jerry Sandusky happened. Yeah.
Okay.
I said all along when the Penn State thing happened, I said if I found that to be accurate in my alma mater or any team that I support, I would denounce them.
And Seth, I was right there with you when the whole Nassar thing happened with Michigan State. I threw all my stuff in a garbage bag. I didn't wear it until every member of that board of trustees was gone.
Yeah,
they're all gone. The ADs.
That's a reason to walk away.
Right. My university again, and it took me several years before I could do that.
But I just think people spend their hard-earned money, and I think one thing I've learned over my career is you never tell people what to spend their money on. And if you are a fan in Cincinnati and you don't want to spend money on the Cincinnati Reds anymore, be my guest.
Where are you gonna go?
Oh, there's so many other things. There's so many other. Stranger Things is coming back. For All Mankind is coming back. There's so many things to consume. The Stanley Cup playoffs are coming up.
Not in Cincinnati.
In fact, not in Ohio.
No,
they have but they have an AHL team in Cleveland, the Cleveland Monsters. That's the Columbus Blue Jackets American Hockey League affiliate.
Aren't they the Lake Monsters?
The Cleveland Lake Monster? I thought they got rid of the Lake.
Did they get rid of the Lake? Well, that's good because neither name was worth a damn.
Yeah. Yeah. The Cleveland Monsters. That's what I remember them saying. I don't know. I saw the highlight of them playing the game.
Seth Everett, Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice, and Tech Stream. Joining us once again here on Miller and Moulton. Follow him on Twitter, Seth_Everett.
Well, Seth, since this has been thrown out. I like how you did that one, David. Threw it right to me there because I've got something for this guy. You two are banging on baseball. All right.
I'm not.
Well, you're banging on the Reds owner, and I agree with everything. How could he have said that the right way? Let me ask you that, Seth. Because the one part of that is the one truth in that was you want us to be competitive. We pick the team up and move it to another city. There's truth to that.
Well, you could give the standard. You could give the standard. Believe in our system. Believe in our young players.
Give the truth serum. How do you tell the truth like that? Because I don't want standard. He gave what he thought was the truth, and then he doubled down on it, Seth.
Right, but if you're doing that, if you're in a business and you're trying to sell a product, I think sometimes the truth hurts. If you're going to come out and say, we're not going to pay over $50 million. I'm not using the Reds as the example, but if you're if you're a team that says, hey, nobody likes us, so we're not going to spend a lot of money on players, I don't think that goes well in terms of your marketing plan.
Don't disagree. Listen, it wasn't a smart thing to say. He told the truth, though, twice.
I'll be curious to see what Reds TV numbers are like this year.
Yes.
Because attendance is what it is, but these teams all make their money on their television deals. And if people are still watching in Cincinnati and in the, in Southern Ohio, then it doesn't really matter.
Chad Finn in the Boston Globe had a great column about how baseball is the sport of routine. And the one thing that you like is routine. And for baseball fans, you get thrown if your New York Mets broadcast goes off of SNY and goes on to WOR Channel 9, in New York, just as an example. And the amount of channels that are airing exclusive baseball games,
yes,
what they're going to do is they're going to anger their fan. And to do something that you think is progressive, and this is, again, I'm sorry, but to me, this is short-sightedness on baseball's part. It's just they did something for $1 and they signed this deal. There's an Amazon contract, there's a Peacock contract, there's an Apple TV Plus contract. And what they all do is they just tell somebody that, at the end of a hard day, you go to tune in your, 60 minutes of Red Sox baseball and you don't know where to find them. And that's really dumb.
And I don't disagree, especially for the amount of money that we're talking here. It's in the grand scheme of things, it's not a ton of money. And it is a lot of disruption to, as you said, a sport of routine, not just for the players, but also for a fan.
And the Apple thing crashed last Friday.
Right, which of course is never good. I mean, we've talked about the NFL is literally going to do it for one game a week. One. And we're curious what the response is going to be just for that. And that's NFL.
But just to show you how short-sighted, and just to turn this all back to the initial comment about how Major League Baseball is out of touch with its fan base, their reaction, Noah Garden, their chief marketing officer, his reaction to the crash on Apple TV Plus said, "How awesome! Baseball broke the internet." No, you didn't, you punk.
He's Seth Everett. Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice, and Tech Stream are his 3 podcasts. Unfortunately, Seth, we don't have time to plug them except just to mention them.
Okay, they happened.
You recorded them. They're good. They're up and running.
Yep, they're all recorded. 2 of them are posted. The other one comes out tomorrow.
Seth is all. Get a nap. You sound tired. A little cranky.
You?
Little bit.
Huh. You could say the same thing about you.
Exactly. We'll
What are you
both
gonna say?
naps.
Where are you gonna go?
It's Wednesday around 8:30. Where are you going to go? You know where we're going to go? We're going to go to Seth Everett, okay?
Where are you gonna go?
You don't like it? Where are you going to go? Thanks, Seth.
See you guys.
Miller and Moulton. I like it when we yell at each other.
You do, don't you?
I do. I think once a month we should all just yell at each other. David Moulton for Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa Filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa Filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters.
Hey, it's Mark Miller for the Training Grove by Orange Whip Golf, where golfers go to get better. Improve your golf game from home with Orange Whip Golf and Fitness online swing training program, The Training Grove. With a growing swing training video library and a daily program prescribed by golf fitness professionals, The Grove provides a clear path to unlock your most powerful swing, giving you control of your game like never before. Join thousands like me who have finally found a way to achieve results in half the time of traditional game improvement methods with The Grove's revolutionary blend of golf fitness, instruction, and award-winning Orange Whip products. Go to orangewhipgolf.com to get started for a free 14-day risk-free trial and use code Miller10 to get $20 off your first month. That's orangewhipgolf.com to get started for a free 14-day risk-free trial. Remember to use code Miller10. That will get you $20 off your first month. The Training Grove by Orange Whip Golf, where golfers go to get better. Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the chicken bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today. Hey, it's Mark Miller for the Training Grove by Orange Whip Golf, where golfers go to get better. Improve your golf game from home with Orange Whip Golf and Fitness online swing training program, The Training Grove. With a growing swing training video library and a daily program prescribed by golf fitness professionals, The Grove provides a clear path to unlock your most powerful swing, giving you control of your game like never before. Join thousands like me who have finally found a way to achieve results in half the time of traditional game improvement methods with The Grove's revolutionary blend of golf fitness, instruction, and award-winning Orange Whip products. Go to orangewhipgolf.com to get started for a free 14-day risk-free trial and use code Miller10 to get $20 off your first month. That's orangewhipgolf.com to get started for a free 14-day risk-free trial. Remember to use code Miller10. That will get you $20 off your first month. The Training Grove by Orange Whip Golf, where golfers go to get better. You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Bless you.
Bless you. You got your extra good, bad, and ugly.
I've got my extra bad. I've got my extra ugly. I need 2 goods. There's not a lot of good out there. Even on the Good News Network, there's nothing.
What?
That can be good. It's not that good, but no one really cares about the good anyhow. So let's see what we got here. See if we can find some more good news, David.
Is Nottingham Forest still?
Yes. Made the good, bad, and ugly last week. Call. The sheriff of Nottingham's watch was found in a ring or whatever.
I meant the soccer team. Is it still like a? It's not at the highest level, is it?
I believe so.
No.
Why, thank you, Dandy Coins.
Hmm.
Ten seconds. Four. Here we go.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
The bonus hour of Miller and Moulton on this hump day. Thanks so much for being with us on the Florida Sports Network. Pretty lively first 3 hours. Guests from D.C., Louisiana, and then our buddy Seth Everett. And we yelled at one another a little bit. It was
Yeah, then
fun.
it got really lively.
Right. Well, because we understand that the Reds owner was rude. He was arrogant. We get it. Seth's giving up baseball. We get it.
Yeah, we're going to have to figure out something to talk to him about.
Well, I didn't think talking about the owner's comments was an indictment of baseball, because I don't think that owner, and he's the owner's son, but he's the COO and president. I did not take that as a baseball ownership reaction. I took that as, if there's 125 major pro teams in this country, that 80 of the owners feel exactly the same way.
I agree with you 100%. Unfortunately, that anything about baseball with Seth is going to turn
Right.
into the sport sucks. Everything sucks about it. It
Right.
can't suck enough. And here's why it sucks some more. So this is a story that is individualistic about the Reds from the standpoint of an owner who goes out of body. And it's also, I think, a simple fix. I think baseball blew it. You and I both did. And we talked about this briefly during a commercial break. The American sports fan likes a salary cap. They do. Because there's a salary floor that goes along with the salary cap. And that floor at least gives you the expectation that your team's trying. And right now, there are a handful of baseball teams that are not trying to win. Despite the fact they're not trying to win, Cleveland's scoring runs and winning. It's not, I mean, this is straight out of Major League, for crying out loud, what their salary is.
Now, I will say this, though. It's interesting what the Guardians have done. They came out and said, hey, we went way over budget in 2015, 16, 17. And, you know, we put that nucleus together and went to a league championship series, you know, up 3-1 in a World Series. I mean, we were trying to win the thing. But we're not, as far as ownership goes, we're like some of the poorest owners around, and we ain't coming close to paying our bills. So we're not going to keep running payrolls the likes of which we did 5 years ago. Now, the irony is that I don't think any of their payrolls got to 100 million. I think they got into like 80 to 90 million. And they're saying, listen, that's rich for our blood, which makes you think long term, well, man, how are you guys going to compete? And again, the Rays are doing it, though.
Well, here's an interesting question. And look, if there is a cap, it's the luxury tax. But is baseball the one sport that really needs the Yankees and Dodgers to be good? If you had an MLB like the NFL, where the Cincinnati Bengals are going to the World Series, if you know what I mean.
Right.
Does that work in baseball the way it works in football?
It doesn't seem to now, even though there was a time mark when it did. And that time was called the 80s. I mean, the 80s were a fascinating decade in baseball. Free agency had started in the mid-70s. But if you go through who was in the World Series for that decade, you know, you had Philly and Kansas City in 80. Now, you had Yankees, Dodgers in 81. Okay. But in 82, you had St. Louis and Milwaukee. In 83, you had Philly and Baltimore. 84, you had San Diego and Detroit. 85, you had St. Louis and Kansas City again. 86, all right, you had Mets, Red Sox. You had some big boys there. 87, Twins, Cardinals. And yeah, Cardinals 3 times in 6 years are in the World Series. Dodgers, A's in 88. And then in 89, it was the Bay Area thing. It was the A's Giants. But you had a wide variety of teams. I mean, this is not like the 70s, where basically you had seemingly 6 teams. I mean, both football and baseball. I mean, you had your 3 power teams in each league, and they all took turns going to the Super Bowl / World Series. The 80s was when the sport really opened up, and it seemingly anybody could get there. And anyone could win.
And we had no problem with that.
Not at all. You get into the early 90s. All of a sudden, the Atlanta Braves come out of nowhere. The Toronto Blue Jays are winning back-to-back World Series. Twins make it again. Phillies make it again. I mean, the Yankees went 15 years without going to a World Series. It's called the 80s and mid-90s.
Now, why they're so bothered by these type of long stretches.
I understand.
You
that.
understand why their fan base is a little edgy right now.
Listen, I understand being edgy. I understand being disappointed in the general manager not going out and getting one of these great shortstops that was available in free agency. I do. But he said he knows Yankee fans that are turning in their tickets. Now that I got a problem with. Unless you just don't want to pay $15 for a Heineken anymore. That I can understand. But don't tell me you're turning in your tickets because your unhappy that the team's not winning enough. I mean, come on now. I mean, 30 straight winning seasons. 30.
Well, he said not winning enough. And look, I don't ever see a time in the foreseeable future that baseball is going to put in a cap. I think it's laughable. I think that the players who say they're trying to take care of the rank and file are not doing so, because theoretically, if Cleveland and Pittsburgh and the Marlins and these teams that weren't spending any money were forced to spend a floor, that means rank and file guys would get paid more money.
Well, remember, I mean, let's go back 6 weeks. When they started to get serious about negotiations, the first thing the owners said was, we'll give you the figure you want in terms of the tax threshold, but we want a floor. And they were willing to make their floor well over $100 million. I mean, there were 6 teams that were like, wait, you're going to make us spend what? I mean, I think baseball started at $100+ million. And if the players had taken it seriously, you figured the floor would have been negotiated to 120, 130 if they would have signed on for it.
And if the owners could have got it passed.
Would have been tough.
It would have been really tough.
You think that would make a difference then? For like the gentleman who's a Pirates, who texts us who's a Pirates fan.
Literally, he said, I'm not, and I think it was the same person text back and said, I'm not putting any money into this owner's pockets. Not supporting him until they make major changes.
Now, you could argue if you watch the games, you're still supporting them.
You are.
Ratings and advertising and all that. But, I mean, it's the least.
But he's down here. He's not watching. He said he bought the package for 3 years in a row. I mean, this is someone that's checked out.
Right. Okay. And we asked this because the Red COO there made rude, arrogant comments twice. So he meant it. Despite his apology.
Yeah, the only thing we know that he didn't mean was any part of that apology.
Yeah, really. I mean, that was PR staff written.
Like the Phillies guy that apologized for saying, I hate Philly. He just apologized for getting caught that he said he hate Philly.
Right. He didn't deny that he said it, though.
Nope.
I give him credit for that. By the way, fans last night, he came in as a pinch hitter, gave him a standing ovation. Trying to say, yeah, we're hard on you. It doesn't mean, we're not for you. But come on, dude. You made 3 errors in 3 innings. It cost $30 to park. The beer was $12. Yeah, we're going to boo you.
Well, that's the other thing players have to get over. Get a little thicker skin.
Yeah.
There's a lot of money being spent by fans coming to these games. They're entitled to say damn near anything they want. And I say damn near because there are certain things you can't say.
Well, they just booed.
Right.
Right. It is funny, though. He looks at the shortstop, Didi Gregorius, and goes, God, I hate this place.
I can see why.
Yep.
Tough start.
Dude, this is another thing. You want somebody to come over and put their arm around him and go, you're playing third base. You do know they booed Mike Schmidt, okay? Get over it. And they booed him for a long time.
And by the way, the guy would look right back at someone and go, who's Mike Schmidt? Philly, just so you know, in the 70s and 80s, he played third base for the Phillies. He was really good.
Arguably the greatest of all time.
I know who Mike Schmidt is.
At the position. But they did. The fans had a ridiculous love-hate relationship with him.
In fact, I think we should buy Philly a bell. Every time we make a reference
yes,
that you have no idea what we're talking about, you ring the bell.
I can just add a bell. A little bell sound effect.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to get the bell instead of the Felipe sound effect. You see what I'm doing here? I'm limiting your talking, but getting you participating in the show. See how that works?
Wow. Revolutionary.
We seem to be communicating effectively today.
Where are you going to go?
Where are you, Felipe?
Where are you going to go?
Where are you going to go?
Don't tell him that too many times.
No, I meant in terms of, another radio show. I mean, goodness knows you could go anywhere, make more money, better hours. I mean, we're the ones that looked at you. How many times? Every week we kind of look at you and go, you sure you want to do this? I mean, we love having you. We don't know where we'd be without you. Are you
But
sure?
You sure you want to do this?
And why not?
Where are you going to go? I just think it's the comment of the day. I love every part of it. I love how rude it is. I love how obnoxious it is. I love how he doubled down. I love how he said, listen, you're giving us grief for not winning. I could win. I can pick this franchise up and move it. Go somewhere where we can have a $220 million payroll. I'll show you winning.
By the way, if he picked it up and moved it, where could he moved it that he could actually do that?
Thank you.
That's the only question I'd say back to him is like, where are you going to go? Charlotte?
Wait, you're going to turn it back on him?
Nashville?
Hold on. Didn't he say where you're going to go?
Where are you going to go?
Where are you going to go?
Because Charlotte and Nashville ain't happening because Atlanta could block you. Where are you going to go?
Portland?
Good luck.
Vegas?
Again, good luck.
Imagine a Vegas baseball team.
Well,
There's
A's
talk.
are working on it. Apparently, earlier this year in terms of the Oakland project turned into a negative development, and now apparently they're all in on moving to Vegas again. Yep, Raiders and A's, boom, going to Vegas. There you go. You could be the heroes. You could be the ones who replace them in Oakland. Miller and Moulton. Asking you, the sports fan, where are you going to go?
Hey, it's Mark Miller for the Training Grove by Orange Whip Golf, where golfers go to get better. Improve your golf game from home with Orange Whip Golf and Fitness online swing training program, The Training Grove. With a growing swing training video library and a daily program prescribed by golf fitness professionals, The Grove provides a clear path to unlock your most powerful swing, giving you control of your game like never before. Join thousands like me who have finally found a way to achieve results in half the time of traditional game improvement methods with The Grove's revolutionary blend of golf fitness, instruction, and award-winning Orange Whip products. Go to orangewhipgolf.com to get started for a free 14-day risk-free trial and use code Miller10 to get $20 off your first month. That's orangewhipgolf.com to get started for a free 14-day risk-free trial. Remember to use code Miller10. That will get you $20 off your first month. The Training Grove by Orange Whip Golf, where golfers go to get better.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the chicken bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today. You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Are you going to play the shows off the podcast player? Is that your plan, or are you going to download them and put them on that recording thing?
I might just do that.
I think you'd be smarter to download them and put them on Adobe.
Yeah.
I know it's a little more work, but it's going to be safer.
Yeah, it would be safer, and I could just play,
How'd we lose a follower? Pisses me right off. Mello, you were on to something there. I just want to know which one of you pressed the button to unfollow us today. Not very happy.
How about Carl Crawford behind Longoria? Felipe, did you ever reach out to the Heat?
Yes, and now we wait.
Did you get response from them at least?
No.
No? Well, that's not it. I'd send it again.
I wouldn't send it today. I would send it tomorrow, though. I wouldn't do it every day. I wouldn't be a pain in the butt. But I'd send it tomorrow right at the end of the show or during the show, right at night, like, 8:30, 9 o'clock, right when they're getting there.
What are you going to talk about here?
We got to bring the poll question back up.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes after the hour. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap today was the day when final thoughts, all coming up in a little more than 15 minutes' time. Miller and Moulton brought to you by Napa. Napa Auto Parts, Napa Filters. Need a filter? If it's something that runs, Napa's got a filter for it. Make sure you buy Napa filters, whether online or when you walk into one of Southwest Florida's Napa Auto Parts. What was our poll question again?
How much USFL are you planning on watching this weekend? I will say not many of you super excited. Less than 5% say a lot, but 57% of you say you're watching a little USFL football this weekend.
Wow. So that means all told 62% are in?
In.
So 5 out of every 8 are saying, yeah, I'm in. Huh.
Pretty impressive. If they actually live
Right.
up to it. Now, the vote totals aren't very high.
Saturday night we're talking here, right? Fox
Or Sunday.
Well, yeah, Sunday's triple header, right?
Triple header action. Check your respective networks.
Noon, 4 and 8.
I think they start on NBC, move to USA, and end up on FS1.
Right.
And the fact that I know that is very, very scary.
I am most interested in the technological advances. The glowing football, the chips that are in the football, no yardage markers. They're going to be able to supposedly figure out whether they crossed the goal line or got 10 yards by having just chips in the football. Okay. I mean, we've all joked about left foot, right foot mark, and there's got to be a better way to do this. Well,
it is the dumbest. It is one of the dumbest things in sports.
You mean the chain?
Yes. In 2022, we've gone, I mean, we have the VAR in soccer. We have the tennis replay, which has been done for years to incredible effectiveness.
And I think there's also like that component that's being added to the USFL also.
But it seems pretty logical to me that with a laser, you could determine where the ball starts and know exactly the point of the field that it has to get to be a first down. Why we need a chain gang and 3 guys standing on the sideline to get in the way and stand in front of coaches, stand in front of other players, be human piñatas when a player is coming to the sideline. It makes absolutely zero sense.
I thought one of the things the AAF did that I was a little surprised that whether it was a college conference or it was actually the NFL. And granted, you know, it was only around for like 7 games, and I'm guessing most of you didn't watch. And if you did, you may have forgotten this. But do you remember they aired the review? They
Right.
had video and audio of the replay official in the booth who would then be talking to, whether it was down on the field or it was somewhere else, and you would see what it was they were looking at, and you would actually hear the replay official. And they also put a strict time limit on it. I think it was like 60 seconds. That once they started the review, it was a minute. But you sitting at home could see and hear them going through well, you see they got the left foot down there. You know, is the right foot down? Okay, it's down, but is it in bounds? I mean, and they took you through it. The transparency, I thought, A, it was good television, but B, and especially now that we have gambling the way we do, I mean, the AAF wasn't that long ago, 3-4 years ago. The gambling in this country now versus then is staggering difference.
And when is transparency bad? I mean, they don't want to give it to us anywhere. But when is it bad to be able to get inside of the booth and see what it is they're discussing? This isn't like we're finding out how the sausage is made when it comes to a replay review.
Well, I agree. I mean, if you don't want to show us this, it makes us think, well, then what's going on?
Yeah, are you deciding that you don't really want to overturn this call? I mean, we'd love to be able to hear what it is, the reasons behind it.
Is Big Brother making this decision in New York? What's going on here? I'll say this, baseball should do it. First off, you've got the time during the broadcast.
And we've got the beer.
Miller beer.
Sorry.
And maybe it's just when we've tuned in the first 5-6 days of the season, but we have noticed there seems to be more player interviews during the game, whether it's national or even the local broadcasts.
And there's so much time to do it and so much insight that they're able to get us. You talked about McGill, the Mets pitcher, who because of injury starts opening day. A little bit of insight that was come on that from interviews was that DeGrom gave him a tip.
Yep. And also they went through the analytics and said, you're throwing this one pitch entirely too much. And look at the results that you're getting on this pitch. Why are you throwing it that often? They're crushing you with this pitch. You need to throw these 2 pitches more and cut the use of that pitch in half. Oh, okay. Thanks. But that's what interests me about the USFL, because I got to be honest with you. I mean, I don't know anybody playing in this league. I mean, I know they had the draft, and there were a few players
And
that
you'll
you
recognize a
and all
name
that,
or two.
But if you're watching this, come on. Are you really watching it for the football? I mean,
You're watching it for helmets and shoulder pads, and there's nothing else on.
But you're not watching it because, I mean, who out there is going to become a fan of the New Jersey Generals or the Birmingham Stallions or whatever we got going
once a
on?
Panther, always a Panther, as I've always said, David. Most successful football franchise, pro football franchise in the history of the state of Michigan.
Because for those of us old enough to remember the first go-around of the USFL, there was a little bit of a bidding war that went on. I mean, there was real talent that chose the USFL over the NFL. That's obviously not going to happen here. Those days are over. That was the last pro football league that had a chance to actually, quote unquote, compete. I mean, Mark, you know what that was? It was the Saudi Golf League without the money. I mean, the Saudi Golf League, I mean, reportedly, according to the Telegraph, Bubba Watson, Kevin Na, Lee Westwood, Ian Poulter. They're signing up right away. They're doing it. First events in 2 months, they're in the field. That's according to the Telegraph. Press conference to come here in a matter of days. And the USFL had players like that. We all know Steve Young, Jim Kelly, Reggie White. I mean, legendary NFL players who chose the USFL because actually they were offered more. That ain't going to happen again.
No. The best chance this league has really is to survive the XFL and become the only spring league.
Right.
And the XFL seems to have a much stronger relationship with the NFL than the USFL does.
Well, the fact is they have a relationship,
right,
and the USFL doesn't. But the fact that Fox owns the USFL, I mean, I think Fox has more money than The Rock. I'm going to go out on a limb there.
Just a touch.
And the $150 million that they've committed, I don't think The Rock's saying, you know what, when I lose $150 million, then I'll bail on this. No, I don't think so. And Fox, from a production standpoint, are innovators. And so I think that's what I'm interested in.
I happened to catch a Touch of Rich Eisen show. One of his sound engineers had been in Birmingham all week working on sound things for this, who was nominated for an Emmy in his real world job for sound in a broadcast. They are taking this. They are throwing A-list guys at this from a production standpoint, David. May not be an A-list broadcast crew, but the production of it is A-list, at least thus far of everything I'm seeing.
And we will then see some of this, if not this year, very soon in our NFL and major college broadcasts. That's why I'm interested.
The good, the bad, and the ugly. Today was a day when what's on tap. All still ahead. Miller and Moulton, Florida Sports Network.
Hey, it's Mark Miller for the Training Grove by Orange Whip Golf, where golfers go to get better. Improve your golf game from home with Orange Whip Golf and Fitness online swing training program, The Training Grove. With a growing swing training video library and a daily program prescribed by golf fitness professionals, The Grove provides a clear path to unlock your most powerful swing, giving you control of your game like never before. Join thousands like me who have finally found a way to achieve results in half the time of traditional game improvement methods with The Grove's revolutionary blend of golf fitness, instruction, and award-winning Orange Whip products. Go to orangewhipgolf.com to get started for a free 14-day risk-free trial and use code Miller10 to get $20 off your first month. That's orangewhipgolf.com to get started for a free 14-day risk-free trial. Remember to use code Miller10. That will get you $20 off your first month. The Training Grove by Orange Whip Golf, where golfers go to get better.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles Or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the chicken bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today. You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Well, Hutton.
Have wisely reinstating Hutton to call a sizable package of games.
That's
He's 75.
because he's been doing a little bit of studio work.
He'll do 50 games.
Bring Rich Waltz back, and we're all set.
That ain't happening.
My daughter was at a wedding in Vero a week and a half ago. Doug Flutie was at it. Look at this. Betting the USFL. I would bet against the Michigan Panthers. Friend of the show.
Dan Gunther is get off my lawn guy bitching about millennials in the text chat room, right? In the text line. Apparently, at the end of the game, the Inside the NBA crew were all over the T-Wolves for celebrating and play and win.
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. They've never won anything. Okay. They've been in the playoffs once in 15 years. Shut up.
I mean, that's the Dan Patrick show. It was the T-Wolves celebration justified. That's their poll question.
Now, I will say Patrick Beverly celebrated like they were going to the NBA Finals. I mean, he's Tim Reynolds. Official ruling is in. Zero problem with anything Patrick Beverly did last night. Won a big game. Went nuts. Fans loved it. Last time I checked, it's kind of about them anyway. Totally agree. David Sampson. Nothing personal. We have two versions, one for CBS, one for Viacom. Shh, don't tell the FTC. We love you, Danny Snyder.
10 seconds.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
"22 minutes before the hour. Miller and Moulton, the Florida Sports Network. Pat Kerwin on the show tomorrow. Moving Pat up a day. Because we're not here on Friday. We're running a best of Friday and a best of Monday.
15 years in the business, we could manage to get two.
I don't know. I don't know about that. This could be our first oxymoron.
There's no doubt there.
Might be overselling it a bit when we say best of.
But the days of just running the network have long passed us now that we are our own little network. So that's what you get.
Right now, you get this.
Leave it to the oldest guy in the show, and definitely the oldest soul, to live in the past. Here's David Moulton with Today Was the Day When...
1860. That's where we're going to start. First Pony Express reaches California on this day in 1860. I mentioned this for me, Mark, the next one. On this day in 1940, the Rangers beat the Maple Leafs in 6 to win the Cup. That was the last Cup before
1994.
Yep. Now they're on another nice little run. They're over halfway to the last drought. Oh, boy. Byron Nelson won the Masters today in an 18-hole playoff by 1 over Ben Hogan. Jefferson Memorial, dedicated on this day in 1943. The Jefferson Memorial, FDR dedicated it. 1954, Orioles' first game. They lose in Detroit 3-0. Hank Aaron played his first game today in 1954 for the Milwaukee Braves. Pete Rose got his first hit today in 1963. It was a triple. 1964, the Oscars were tonight. Sidney Poitier wins for Lilies of the Field. First black man to win Best Actor. The Beatles on this day in 65 recorded Help. Did pretty well. George Archer won the Masters by 1 over a few guys you heard of, Billy Casper, Tom Weiskopf, and you may not have heard of George Knudsen. Last 18-hole playoff at the Masters was 52 years ago today. In 1970, Billy Casper beats Gene Littler by 5 in a Monday playoff, and that was the last time they did that thing. Also today, 52 years ago, Apollo 13, and the words, officially this was the line. Okay, Houston, we have a problem here. And then I think the second time he shortened it to Houston, we have a problem. Apollo 13, 52 years ago today. Jack won his 5th Masters on this day in 75. That was the famous one, the putt when the pin was top right on 16 and his ball was down where the pin normally is, and he hit the one up the ridge and 40 feet and in. He was 1 back when he made that putt with Weiskopf and Miller standing on the tee. Jack would beat Johnny and Tom by 1. Seve won his first Masters by 4 on this day in 1980. Also officially, after Congress and the USOC gave him the okay yesterday, the U.S. and its allies officially boycotted the Summer Olympics in Moscow because of their invasion of Afghanistan 42 years ago today. Pete Rose with hit number 4,000 today. Who is he playing for? In 84.
Phillies?
He left the Phillies. They went to the World Series in 83 and lost. And he played with the Expos because the 4,000 hit happened in Montreal. And I believe in August, he gets dealt, or at the trade deadline, he gets dealt to the Reds and then finishes his career, does the player manager thing for a couple years.
Where are you going to go?
But it was weird to see Pete for 4 months in an Expos uniform. And he got 4,000 there too. Just like Tony Gwynn got 3,000 in Montreal. Jack wins the Masters today in 86. And very quietly that day, the Celtics finished their regular season by going 40-1 at home. Still a record, 40-1, a home record. The lone loss, Portland. Lou Carnesecca, 30 years ago today, retired as St. John's head coach. Tiger, 25 years ago today, won the Masters by 12.
Yep.
Also, and I did not know this, Hartford Whalers' last game was 25 years ago today.
The Mall?
Yeah. 25. Mike Weir won his Masters today in 2003. One-hole playoff. Remember who he beat? Kind of a no-name. Len Matisse. Trevor Immelman won his Masters 14 years ago today by 3 over Tiger. Bubba won his second Masters today, 8 years ago. And 3 years ago today, Greg Popovich passed Lenny Wilkins with 1,413 wins. That's including regular season and playoffs.
Lenny Wilkins on the list of people I've almost knocked out with a door.
Oh, when you were running the Omni there?
Leaving the Omni. Almost took Lenny out before a night game. Sorry, Coach.
Wow. He's a nice man, too, by all accounts.
He was so nice. Always was. Everybody walked in the building, always had a smile on his face. Nice to everybody that worked there.
2 things of note happened on this day 13 years ago. We lost Harry Callis 13 years ago today, who came on our show.
Yes, he did.
Only a couple months before he died.
And we lost the liner.
I know.
Of all things that we had, the voice of God gave us, well, not the I guess the second voice, but Harry gave us the "You're listening to Miller and Moulton" line. Oh,
I know.
Could have just played that over and over. Could have been my ringtone.
And on the same day, Phil Spector was found guilty of second-degree murder of that actress. Bob Devaney, Dan Gurney, Bob Kalsu, who was the only NFL player who died in Vietnam, Thomas Jefferson, and Butch Cassidy, all born on this day. DL3's 58 today.
All right.
Bo Outlaw's 51. Josh Gordon is 31. Man, it seems like he's been around forever. Only 31. Baron Davis, 43. Dan Campbell is 46. Ron Perlman, 72. Al Green, 76. Paul Sorvino is 83. Max Weinberg is 71. And Ricky Schroeder is only 52.
Sure, he'll pen something about a conspiracy theory between now and noon today.
And that is today was the day.
Yeah, really no errors or omissions today, which gets us directly to.
Whoa. I have a couple. I got 2, actually.
Oh, boy. Today in Heat history. Here we go.
No. Today, 6 years ago, Kobe scored 60 in his last game.
Okay.
All right.
That works.
And same day, the Warriors won their NBA record 73rd regular season game and then proceeded to blow a 3-1 lead in the NBA Finals.
Felipe, I'll give you credit. That works.
That's 2 good ones.
Those good ones. Well done.
Where are you going to go?
Where are you going to go?
You've heard folks elsewhere mock Florida is gonna Florida. Well, Mark Miller sees it differently. He calls it the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
For the good today, we go to the Cambridge University, where over 20 years ago, on 2 leather and copper-bound field notebooks, that Charles Darwin jotted down a variety of musings that formed his theory of evolution, were stolen from the Cambridge University. 22 years later, as mysteriously as they disappeared, they were returned, bound in saran wrap in the same exact condition that they left, same archive box, placed in a pink gift bag that was left outside the librarian's office, inside, wrapped in parcel paper with a note from the individual that said, "Librarian, Happy Easter, X." Guess that's good. 22 years, that's enough. Probably figured they couldn't sell them for anything. Might as well give them back. For the bad, we go to the Miami Aquarium, where people watching the Flipper show noticed a dolphin turn on its trainer.
A dolphin?
Yes.
Got angry? Got snarky?
An animal attorney law, Jared Goodman, said this is not new. This is really just adding to the litany of problems that have been going on at the Miami Aquarium recently. Reportedly, the same dolphin rammed another trainer about 2 years ago. In fact, he said it's not even the first incident of dolphin aggression that has occurred in the past week. All I know is there are some pissed off dolphins in Miami, and they need to make the playoffs.
Wait a minute. You mean a wild creature kept in a cage was angry?
Well, when you frame it that way.
For the bad, we go to Cedar Rapids, Iowa, where a portion of I-380 southbound was shut down Thursday morning after police say a wrong-way driver caused multiple accidents. A driver driving north on southbound 380 tried to drive between a semi and a car, causing the semi to turn over and spill corn all over the highway. The driver then proceeded to drive the wrong way before hitting another semi and another car. That's when things got interesting, David, because he got out of his car, removed his clothes, and tried to run on foot.
The whole, once again, removing of the clothes.
There was snow on the ground, too.
I just, please tell me there's a lot of meth involved.
A lot of something involved, but he has been taken to the hospital for evaluation. And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, April the 13th, 2022.
NBA play-in games tonight. These are the 9 and 10 seeds. Losers done. Winner of Charlotte at Atlanta will be in Cleveland Friday night to see who can get in the playoffs. Loser of San Antonio, New Orleans is done. Winner goes to the Clippers to see who can play the Suns in the first round. There were supposed to be 4 games in the NHL tonight. There's only going to be 3. Apparently, the Seattle-Winnipeg game has been postponed because of a winter storm. So they're going to make it up on the last day of the regular season, May 1st. Not that it's going to mean anything for either team. But TNT double dip tonight because the hoops are on the 4-letter network. Hockey's on TNT. Rangers, Flyers, Kings, Avalanche, your 7 and 9:30 games.
And baseball is all day long. Bunch of day games today. Nats and Braves, Cubs and Pirates, Guardians and Reds, Mets and Phillies, Dodgers, Twins, Sox, Tigers, Royals, Cardinals, all. We'll have the first pitch in and around 1 o'clock. Astros, D-backs, Padres, Giants. Around 4, the A's and Rays at just before 7 tonight. The Marlins have the day off.
Now remember, A's and Rays 6:40 start, as you mentioned. Last night, it went 10 innings. I'll grant you that. 10:54. That's 4:14 for a 10-inning game. Now, a lot of runs scored. It was 9-8, the whole deal. 4:14.
Where are you going to go?
Obviously, you're not leaving the Trop, right?
And when it's A's and Rays, the really, it's limitless where you could go.
Well, you could have a whole section.
Right. I could go to section 7. I could go to section 9 because there's no one anywhere for this game.
Home opener was technically sold out, but they did not sell a single seat in the upper deck, for the record. They were selling like first 8 rows in the upper deck for a while. I wonder if they're done selling tickets in the upper deck of the Trop, which limits your capacity to, I don't even know if you can get to 30
Oh, goodness, no.
without using the upper deck.
I don't think so.
I think you can get close. I think you get to like 28 and change, but.
And they can't even come close to selling that out.
You know, the last time I sat upper deck at a Marlins game was for a World Baseball Classic game, because every other game, no tickets.
Right. Plenty of good seats available. What's interesting is the XFL is getting a major hit here on Mike Greenberg's ESPN show. Leads me to believe ESPN is going to be televising the XFL.
Not a doubt in my mind, as they're hiring coaches and spending lots of money on them. Always a great move for a league to spend all your money on coaches.
Wade Phillips, Bob Stoops, Rod Woodson.
Hines Ward was the other that they mentioned.
And I think they've hired all 8 today. Also, Jim Haslett, got a gig. I mean, some of the names are interesting, but. So Fox and NBC with the USFL, that begins on Saturday. And one would have to believe now that the 4-letter network's getting behind the XFL.
So ABC and ESPN for the XFL.
And obviously, at most, only one will survive. Rock spent $15 million to purchase the league. Fox is in for $150.
If that is the case where it's an ESPN product, watch. They're going to do something with Disney Plus. Just watch.
You think people
are going to stream the XFL?
Well, it'll be part of what you get on Disney Plus. Also, stream the XFL. Oh, wow.
Well, what I think they're going to do, because The Rock said it when he bought it, they're going to try to do like reality television, try to get you to know the players, almost like a Hard Knocks thing.
F1, Drive to Survive.
Yes. And try to create personalities the way he was involved in wrestling, obviously, get to know the guys. So maybe some of that ends up on streaming.
He should definitely know how to exploit people. That is the crux of what is wrestling.
Look at you. To end a snarky show.
Miller and Moulton.
Where are you going to go?
Nowhere else but right here, the Florida Sports Network.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the Chicken Bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
Hey, it's Mark Miller for the Training Grove by Orange Whip Golf, where golfers go to get better. Improve your golf game from home with Orange Whip Golf and Fitness online swing training program, The Training Grove. With a growing swing training video library and a daily program prescribed by golf fitness professionals, The Grove provides a clear path to unlock your most powerful swing, giving you control of your game like never before. Join thousands like me who have finally found a way to achieve results in half the time of traditional game improvement methods with The Grove's revolutionary blend of golf fitness, instruction, and award-winning Orange Whip products. Go to orangewhipgolf.com to get started for a free 14-day risk-free trial. And use code Miller10 to get $20 off your first month. That's orangewhipgolf.com to get started for a free 14-day risk-free trial. Remember to use code Miller10. That will get you $20 off your first month. The Training Grove by Orange Whip Golf, where golfers go to get better.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
All right, we got a promo to do.
We got Pat and the 2 playing games will be over.
Yep. Where are you going to go?
Coming up Thursday on Miller and Moulton.
Our second of 2 weekly chats with Pat Kerwin.
And the NBA playing games will set the Friday showdowns.
Thursday morning, 6 a.m. Where are you going to go? The Florida Sports Network.
Is that too long? No? Right.
Do we need to do one for Friday and Monday too?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
If you love Thursday's show, you're going to love Friday.
That's it. Besides, where are you going to go?
And then we can go Monday. Best of. Best of? Are we good enough to have a best of? I don't think so.
No, but we did it anyhow. Rodgers throws the ball at him. Watch this. Kid picks off Rodgers. Watch him. Watch Rodgers.
That's awesome.
All right. So what are we recording?
We're recording tomorrow's Open.
Tomorrow's opening. Gotcha. Wait, tomorrow?
I mean, Friday's Open.
Yeah, Friday. So I'm gonna be in the studio, so I'll just yeah. That I was saying like the rejoin theme, like the guitar thing. All right, I'm ready when you are.
Okay, start rolling. And did you have time this out for us?
Wait, are we doing the promos first or not?
Wait, hold on. That's right. The opening segment we're doing.
The opening segment.
Okay, it's got to be 13 minutes exactly. So I'm gonna start it. Let me restart this. I'm just gonna count you guys down. Okay.
Okay.
Wait,
We're doing the Open for Friday.
for Friday.
Right.
Right, where we're kind of...
We're doing a best of Open. Or, yeah, Friday we got a hodgepodge one. I don't know what, I thought we were,
Right.
Yeah, we got-
No, just wait a minute.
I'm just curious too, what are you using for Monday's opening segment? Do you have a,
I can use.
You can use any 8 any top of the hour segment.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Yep. Perfect.
But this is just for Friday.
This is just for Friday.
Okay.
Okay, so we can make fun of.
Yes.
Okay. Ready?
Miller and Moulton on this Good Friday. Thanks so much for being with us, even though we're really not with you.
How the heck are you?
How?
All right, that's better. At least I feel like we're working, even though, well, this is unusual for you and I, David.
Right. This is our first foray into a best of show.
What?
Foray or best of? What are you confused about?
Both.
So, we're syndicated now.
That's what I've heard.
And apparently our days of saying, hey, let's just flip a switch and run either ESPN or Fox, those days are over.
They are long over, so we have to fill in these segments and make sure everything's covered, the whole entire show.
Right. And unlike News Talk, I mean, if you think about it, if you're debating, foreign policy and, a Monday and a Friday conversation, not a whole lot changes.
No, they do not.
Sports changes by the hour.
Absolutely. But it's Easter weekend. Happy Good Friday, everybody. And with many people having Good Friday and Easter Monday off, well, Miller and Moulton, for the first time since we've been on the Florida Sports Network, are actually going to take a couple of days off together.
What? Are we allowed to do that?
We're not sure. We didn't ask anybody's permission.
Although Felipe apparently is working right now. He's on the other side of the glass listening to this.
And that leads itself into a whole nother realm of possibilities, because Felipe has fallen asleep while we're doing the show live.
So there's a really good chance that he falls asleep at some point during this taped show.
Felipe, get coffee.
And so if by chance this show goes off the tracks, Felipe's asleep at the wheel.
But we are Miller and Moulton, and we thank you for listening, even though this being done a little differently. Couple of days of best of shows today and Monday, and then we'll be back in the saddle on Tuesday morning. I'm just trying to get over the fact that we have a best of show.
Which, we're usually pretty good at underselling ourselves. The self-deprecating humor. I mean, we realize we're a couple of yahoos and we're lucky enough to talk sports for a semi-living. And we don't bill ourselves as anything more than that. As when we first teamed up and the company that we worked for sent out a press release, and the direct quote from that company said, we are hoping they can be
somewhat successful.
Right. So, and that's
no joke, Felipe.
No.
That is from the director of marketing of this building at the time. Right. His quote was, we hope they can be somewhat successful.
They had 3 days they worked on the press release. That's not a joke either. 3 days. That's the best they could say about the two of us.
I will say it's one more press release that's been put out since we've been to the Florida Sports Network.
Oh, that's on me. That was on me. Although it wasn't all my fault. I was waiting on quotes in which they couldn't think of anything good to say about us either.
Why didn't you just make them up?
I wanted to. I asked if I could, and they wouldn't let me. I said, you realize I've been reading fake press releases for years. I can come up with fake quotes.
I used to write those fake press releases all the time and would give a quote from the coach, and the general manager. And I will say the GM, who was well-educated, never liked my quotes. He would always, and he was a well-written person, he would always change some or part of my quote. It was good enough in content, but usually he had to make himself sound a little bit better than I did, and I think that was a smart move on his part all the way through. The coaches never seemed to care. They just, hey, I wrote a quote for you. Yeah, whatever. Did you spell my name right?
Did you have to run it by the coach?
Always.
So the coaches trusted you to a point.
Definitely. And just that. And I don't blame them. I mean, I think we all know most of these quotes are written by someone else.
Right.
But I think most people would want to at least read what they were supposedly saying and at least go along with it. Nothing wrong with a little fake quote.
I do think if you and I are writing the press releases, it is good if we're writing quotes for someone else, if that person gets to at least see it before we hit send.
Well, the good news is, when we were doing this, it's a long time ago. It's before the internet was as crazy as it was, and we had opportunities to do what the Reds owner did there a couple of days ago. And so, where are you going to go? I don't think you'd wanted me near a press release the day after I was reading that stuff.
I'm still pondering that question, I know it was rude, it was arrogant, and I could see where if I'm a Reds fan, I'd be pretty ticked off. But by the same token, he makes a point. I mean, the only place I can go is to take my ball and go home, and that would be a loss in my life. I mean, if you're a baseball fan, if you're a football fan, and your owner of your team basically says to you, want to complain, where are you going to go?
But what a dilemma that baseball has, because, from that conversation that we had on air, David, we had Reds fans tell us that they're done with the Reds. We had Pirates fans tell us they're done with the Pirates. David, you and I have been doing this a while. I've seen some pretty disgruntled Miami Dolphin fan over the decade plus that we've been doing this. I don't recall a time in which an NFL fan came to us and said, I'm done with my team.
Yeah, we had a few people a couple days ago who, one shocked us, grew up a Vikings fan, moved to Florida, and ended up becoming a Tampa Bay Bucks fan. And remember, there was a while when they were all in the same division. I mean, there was a good while. There was a generation there where the Bucks were in the NFC Central. We'll say the NFL, the Saints and the Falcons are in the NFC West forever. Dallas has always been in the NFC East. The Cardinals, when they were in St. Louis, hell, they moved to Arizona. They were still in the East for a while. I mean, the NFL has always gotten away.
When the Rams moved to the middle of the country, too,
Right, they were still in the NFC West. Right.
Hell, the Cowboys are in the NFC East.
Well, we said that. And Dallas, in fact, there was a serious conversation about, hey, we got to move Dallas. And the Cowboys went, no. Because they wanted the rivalries with the then Redskins and the Giants and the Eagles. And they're like, nope, don't care. Don't care that geographically it looks bad. Don't care that all our opponents are in the Eastern time zone and we're in the Central. Don't care. Do not move us. Jerry Jones was like, you will move us over my dead body. No way. And so they realigned, but the Cowboys didn't realign.
It shows you the power of the Cowboys because they will not ever move from that division. Ever.
Well, think about where would you put them? I mean, moving to we went north, south, east, and west.
You'd put Carolina in the east, and you would put New Orleans, Tampa, and Atlanta in some sort of the south.
With Dallas.
Yes.
Do you imagine that today? They decide, you know what, this just doesn't work. Carolina's moving to the east. Talk about it. I mean, in theory, Washington was a great franchise for a long time, but they have not been one under Daniel Snyder. Philadelphia is a terrifically run franchise. They've had a really good 20-year run here.
And the Giants had a really good run, but now over the course of the last 7 years, are one of the worst run franchises in the league.
But they are, in theory, a regal franchise, obviously the biggest market. But, man, New York, Philly, Washington, Carolina. And then Dallas moves to the south.
That's what it would be.
Yes, if you did it by geography. But the Cowboys went, don't care.
And New Orleans would love it.
Oh, my goodness. Straight highway drive. Well, listen, Tampa Bay and Atlanta would love it, too.
Oh, who wouldn't love having the Cowboys in their division?
Yeah, I mean, you
think about, look, I was a Bucs season ticket holder. The Carolina ticket was not an easy ticket to get rid of. even though that's a nice rivalry with
Yeah.
Tampa Bay.
They genuinely dislike each other.
But the fan base, it's the players more than it is the fan base.
Right. And the cheerleaders, remember? Don't forget
Well,
the
that's
cheerleaders.
right. They got into a little scrap.
Right.
Whoa.
Oh,
Bucks
yeah.
cheerleaders and the
Bucks
Panthers
and
cheerleaders?
Yeah, I think Carolina cheerleaders traveled in something. There was an incident 4 years ago,
Oh, longer than that.
8 years ago.
It's our first act.
Was it really?
Yeah, it was. It's our first act. Yeah. There was a Bucks Carolina Panthers cheerleading incident. Oh, yeah. Listen, nasty rivalry amongst the players. Genuine dislike.
See, with Twitter around, that needs to happen again.
Yeah, Cowboys put the kibosh to the whole geography thing. Major League Baseball is going to realign here before the decade's out. There's talk they may get rid of the leagues.
Yeah, 05, by the way.
Yeah.
On the cheerleader incident.
Mm-hmm.
Good for them. Charges were dismissed. In case anybody was wondering, you can look it up. But anybody benefits from Dallas coming to their division. In fact, you could argue it would have been a smart move for the league to do that. And Jarrah said, no way.
Nope, not happening. Nope. Philly, New York, Washington. Thank you very much. And it would be very damaging to all three of those franchises because the Cowboys are such a big rival. Not necessarily like the biggest rival for Washington, and I think the biggest rival for the Eagles. I don't think they're the biggest rival for the Giants.
The Giants and the Eagles are the biggest rival of one another, aren't they?
Connected by the Jersey Turnpike, about an hour and a half apart. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But the Giants wouldn't like it because, trust me, having Dallas come every year is a good thing, even for a sold-out fan base.
And plus, the Giants always took some pride in the fact that, Tom Landry was a Giant. He was a defense coordinator for the Giants or offense coordinator before he went over to defensive coordinator, before he went over to help get the Cowboys started. Miller and Moulton. It's a best of, although there's a couple of things in it that are very timely.
See what you did there.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll figure this all out with you. It's a best of. I'll tell you what, on a day that we're not working, I can't wait to read the texts when I come back.
Oh, my goodness. And Felipe is going to be all over the Twitch chat room.
They won't be happy because they won't find anything there. It'll be empty for the next couple of days. Twitch, we apologize. To the rest of you, enjoy our little best of Miller and Moulton. Holy cow. We did it, David. We did it.
Where you going to go?
Nowhere else but right here on the Florida Sports Network. We know Twitch.
I assume that from your look.
Is this 22 minutes, this segment? What's the last segment?
No, it's
Oh, no, we break at 31.
16.
The intro one is 13 minutes.
And then we do the last
16,
one.
right?
16? The last
One is...
So we're going to do that here, too, so you have an actual good, bad, and ugly, and today was a day when.
Okay. Let me just double check to make sure.
Yep. No, do your thing.
Because what we would...
Can you run the elements underneath it, or would you just do that tomorrow?
No, I can...
Okay, perfect.
I mean, I hope they're not glitchy again, but yeah, I'll run them.
It's the whitest set I've ever seen. I don't mean the people. I just mean, look at, my goodness gracious. White table with shadows all over it. That's really bright. I mean, right?
Yeah. That's
I know they're trying to be like a New York hot school kitchen there or something, but that just is a weird look.
So what we're recording will be the last segment of the last hour.
Correct.
Okay. So it'll run around 16:50. 16 minutes and 50 seconds.
Gotcha.
Okay. All right, hold on. I need to get the elements ready.
Yep. Can't tell teams it matters, and then they get excited, and then it doesn't matter. I mean, holy cow.
Yeah, welcome to the bonus hour.
Mm-hmm.
Leave it to the old.
You might need that to read.
no, I'm good.
Okay, 16:50. Okay, so I'm gonna do the same thing where I count you guys down to start it off.
Yep.
Do me a favor and wait like
We'll give it a good 30, 40 seconds so you can get the elements up.
no. I said wait like 10 seconds to start talking because
Oh.
we're gonna do the rejoin.
Well, then just count us down.
Okay. Yeah, true. All right.
Miller and Moulton on this Friday, Good Friday, the 15th of April, as we make the turn for home. Thanks so much for being with us. It's not tax day.
No, it used
Right?
to be tax day, right?
Right. It's extended to Monday, correct? I actually got my taxes done a few days ago.
Good for you.
Yeah, that is definitely early for us.
Good for you.
Owed money this year, though.
Oh, I don't know yet. I'm waiting.
Ooh, really?
Well, trust me, I've had the stuff to the person doing it. She just sent back a litany of questions yesterday. I answered all of them.
Gotcha.
My wife answered the others, and so hopefully we get some good news.
What's your gut feeling? Because we thought we were going to owe when we actually ended up owing less than we thought. So I don't want to say it feels like a win, but
I don't know. No idea.
ooh, could go either way.
No idea.
Interesting. All right.
I'm hoping for a break even. Net sum zero would be outstanding.
Time now for
Leave it to the oldest guy in the show, and definitely the oldest soul to live in the past. Here's David Moulton with Today Was the Day When.
Abraham Lincoln dies 9 hours after he is shot by John Wilkes Booth. So we go back to 1865. 1910. William Howard Taft, the original big fella. Fattest president, for those of you that don't know. He was the first president to throw out the ceremonial first pitch at a Major League Baseball game.
Oh, wow.
1910. It's when the relationship between the national pastime and the president started. Mark, I put this one in for you. It was 85 years ago today, 1937. The Detroit Red Wings go back-to-back. In a 5-game series, they win Game 5, 3-0 over the Rangers. Back-to-back Stanley Cups for the Wings. Obviously, April 15th, a big day in not just baseball, where it's a huge day, and all the players today will be wearing his Dodgers blue 42, but Jackie Robinson made his major league debut 75 years ago today. Changed a nation. Kind of a big deal. Ray Kroc, 67 years ago today, in 1955, opened up his first McDonald's in Des Plaines, Illinois.
Those fries were delicious. That's before they started messing around. That was a French fry right there, David.
So you really think their fries have gone to...
Yes. They don't use the same oil. They don't taste as good. They're not good anymore.
Well, yeah, because these fries, I mean, this was a clog your artery. They were so good.
Probably fried them in lard, for crying out loud. They were so good.
1958. Remember, Dodgers and Giants leave New York after the 57 season. So in 1958, first ever Major League Baseball game in the state of California, Giants beat the Dodgers 8-0. 1965, the NFL changed the color of the penalty flag. Up until this day in 65, the penalty flag was white, and they changed it to what they call bright gold. Looks yellow to me.
Yeah, but a white flag, I can see why that didn't work.
Sure, white lines and
white
yeah,
numerals, all that kind of stuff.
Right. So they made the change in 65.
White flag's probably cheaper than the gold flags that they went to.
I'm sure it was. 1968. It's just a random baseball game, but I think the score people will find interesting. The Astros beat the Mets 1-0 in 24 innings.
Oh my goodness.
Mets played a game like that also with I thought it was the St. Louis Cardinals, and Bake McBride ended up scoring from first on an errant pickoff throw in like a 24-inning game.
What's the longest? Do you recall the longest game you've been at personally?
Personally?
Yes. I did too. I went to a 13th of a game once. And it was about that time that I think I was with my grandfather, and he was about ready to bail. But I watched 13 innings, and it was a Tigers-Angels game, I believe.
I broadcasted a game that went 14, so that was probably the longest one I was at. I will say I watched every inning of a 19-inning game.
Okay. Now the longest game I was at that's not a Major League Baseball game is I was at a fast-pitch softball tournament in a game that went 32 innings until 3:30 in the morning. My dad looked at me. It was a 1-1 through 7. I mean, I remember the pitchers. I remember the teams. And my dad looked at me somewhere, 12th, 13th inning. It's starting to get late. And my dad just looked at me and he said, all right, what do you want to do? Because if we're staying, we're staying. If you want to go now, I'm fine. He goes, but if we stay now, we're staying for the duration. 3:30 in the morning. Me and my dad, and I was probably 13, 14 years old, if that.
Please tell me it was a weekend.
I think. It was summertime, so it didn't matter. I mean,
okay.
School wasn't
all right.
part of the equation.
Right. Mentioned that today is the anniversary, 1955, of Ray Kroc and the first McDonald's. Well, it was also a noteworthy day, Mark, in 1975. First ever appearance of the San Diego Chicken.
Ted Giannopoulos or something like that?
That's about right.
Yeah. Get some new material, Ted.
It was on this day in 1976 that what they called the new Yankee Stadium, after 2 years of renovations, Yankee Stadium reopened in 76. Loved the old ballpark. Absolutely loved it. The history involved, and I understand the clubhouses were too small and this, that, and the other thing, and it didn't have the amenities. I can genuinely tell you, if I owned the Yankees, and you came in and said, you do know, we'll get you the funding and this, that, and the other thing, and you will make hundreds of millions more on a regular basis if you knock down the old one and build a new one. I'd look right at him and go, I am not knocking down the old one. No way. That's where Ruth played. That's where the Giants-Colts game in 58 was played. That's where all those fights took place. Nope. Sorry. We'll figure it out. They're still playing at Fenway. They're still playing at Wrigley. They may not be happy about it, but they're playing there. And we're going to figure it out. I'm just saying. First ever baseball game on this day 45 years ago at Olympic Stadium in Montreal. Obviously, it wasn't the first time the stadium was used because the 76 Olympics were there, but the Expos played their first game at Olympic Stadium in Montreal 45 years ago today. Fuzzy won the Masters today in 79. Birdie on the second playoff hole. Poor Ed Snead. 3 up with 3 to play. Finishes bogey, bogey, bogey. Had a similar putt, not quite identical, because remember Tiger's 4-footer when he won in 97 to set the scoring record by 1. Ed Snead's was a little bit more directly below the hole. Similar length, maybe a touch longer. Basically had a 4.5-footer to win the Masters.
Missed the hill and missed it.
Missed it. That putt doesn't move much either.
Nope.
And then Fuzzy, birdie's the second playoff hole. Birdied 11. Think about that. Think of where the Sunday pin always was at 11. And Fuzzy knocked one in there to about 12 feet and made it. Watson was also in the playoff. Tom Watson and Ed Snead.
By the way, they did the playoff on 10 and 11.
Right.
I mean, now we just seem to play 18 at every tournament
Yes.
over and over and over and over again.
Right. Well, and remember, because it wasn't that long ago, Bubba, when he won in the playoff, he won it on 10.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but if you recall, Tiger, when he won the playoff, he birdied 18. When he went playoff there with DeMarco when he chipped in, which was 05. So they've gone back and forth themselves as to how to do it. Crenshaw won the first of his 2 Masters on this day in 84. Tom Watson finished second again. He was 2 back. So on this day in 89, the infamous Sheffield, England soccer match in which 96 people were crushed to death and nearly 800 others injured. It was an FA Cup semifinal between Liverpool and Nottingham Forest. 33 years ago today, an infamous day in soccer history. Mark, 32 years ago today, In Living Color debuted on Fox.
Way, way, way ahead of its time.
An amazingly good show.
That was funny.
Yes.
Gave us the Wayans brothers, gave us Jim Carrey. I mean, oh my goodness, what that show delivered.
J-Lo was a fly girl.
Right.
Mo money, mo money.
Settle down over there.
Sorry, I loved that show. It was on Saturday nights on Fox. I was doing local TV. We would do the 6, and I would type up the 11 o'clock sports and would not leave for dinner until In Living Color was done. Watched all of it. Everybody mocked me for it.
Somehow that seems to be a thread.
25 years ago today, Major League Baseball retired the number 42. There were a dozen or so players who were wearing the number. They were allowed to continue to wear it until their careers were over. And that's why Mariano Rivera ended up being the last major leaguer that you will see wear number 42 on a regular basis. All of them will wear number 42 later today. 22 years ago, Courtney Brown of Penn State was the first overall pick of the NFL draft, defensive end. Didn't pan out for the Browns, who the year before took Tim Couch, quarterback Kentucky, who didn't really pan out for the Browns. And the Boston Marathon bombing was 9 years ago today, 2013. Willie Davis, Former Dodgers outfielder Walt Hazzard, Leonardo da Vinci, Elizabeth Montgomery, Nikita Khrushchev, and Roy Clark all celebrate their birthdays today, Mark.
I'm a picking, I'm a grinning.
Michael Cooper is 66 today. Evelyn Ashford is 65. Kevin Lowe is 63. Kevin Stevens is 57. Emma Thompson is 63. Emma Watson is 32. Seth Rogen is 40, and Chris Stapleton, 44. And that is Today Was the Day.
Very good. No errors, no omissions today. Let's just get right to it. Time now for.
You've heard folks elsewhere mock Florida is gonna Florida. Well, Mark Miller sees it differently. He calls it the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
Well, for the good, we go to the Euro Millions jackpot won by an anonymous Frenchman. He was from West Africa, and he gave nearly all of the 200 million pounds that he won to the Anema Endowment Fund, named after a town in Côte d'Ivoire where he spent a lot of time. The winnings will all go for the protection and revitalization of forests, the preservation and regeneration of biodiversity, and the support of family caregivers. I've only played during large jackpots for one purpose, to devote most of the sum to create a foundation, he wrote in an open letter. Holy cow. We all talk about winning the lotto. We don't talk about giving it all away. The only one that's ever going to do that is your wife, David.
Yes, she will.
For the bad, we go to Park Township, Michigan, where police are investigating the theft of a 7-foot-tall metal Sasquatch lawn ornament. Begging the question, why would anyone have a 7-foot metal Sasquatch lawn ornament? It was created from sheet metal. It's a rusty brown color, and it has sharp edges to resemble the fur of the mythical ape-like Bigfoot. A white panel van is observed in the area on March the 22nd. Anybody with word of Sasquatch, let authorities know. Finally, the ugly, we go to Brunel, Florida, where a man trying to get a discount on his Wendy's order, well, went a step too far. David Stover was arrested at Wendy's. Police were called because a customer was arguing with the staff. He was demanding a law enforcement discount and started threatening to report staff to corporate for not giving in to him. David, he was ordering a Frosty, and he wanted the law enforcement discount. Argued so much that law enforcement was called. He, of course, not a law enforcement agent, and arrested on charges of impersonating an officer, all for trying to get a discount on his Frosty.
I mean, they are good, but that seems a bit much.
That is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, April the 15th, 2022.
Obviously, have the two play-in games tonight in Cleveland and in Los Angeles. Marlins had their home opener yesterday. Mets and Red Sox have their home openers this afternoon.
And the Rays are in Chicago taking on the White Sox tonight.
On Apple TV Plus.
You know, I'm kind of with one of the texters I saw. There's 162 of these things. Are you going to lose that much sleep over missing one 4-hour segment?
You shouldn't. Miller and Moulton. Hope you enjoyed the best of edition. Have a great Easter weekend. Thanks for listening, Florida Sports Network.